Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. Welcome to another CBT's live stream. In today's episode, we are on the Midnight Beta once again, exploring the classes and specializations to see which is the most enjoyable, which is the most entertaining, which looks the most awesome. Awesome sauce. If you want to make sure that you stay up to date with news related to World of Warcraft, educational and entertaining content, then make sure to smash that subscribe button as well. But this is live, it's not pre-recorded, and we will be interacting with the live chat as well. So whatever sounds like I'm talking to myself, I'm not. There were actually people here, or maybe Vecna invaded my mind. I'm not too certain. Honestly, I think I would prefer Vecna invaded my mind than reading this first comment coming from Marie, which is saying that he is taking a poop right now. I think I'd rather have Vecna invade my mind than know that information, but thank you for sharing. Now, what are we going to play? Should we play some Hunter? Play a little Hunter. I think I need to turn the heat down. It's actually too hot. It's like making me delirious. Survival Hunter, Chad? Well, you're lucky, because I already was survival, so that's what we're going to do. And I'm just going to turn the heat down really quick. Oh. Survival Hunter for the win. I should actually try Outlaw Rogue. Have you decided on your top 3 cheeses? Did you flip that around because of the message at the bottom of the stream? I like mozzarella. I like cheddar. Those are literally the only cheeses that I eat regularly. Like, I can't even remember what another kind of cheese tastes like, except mozzarella and cheddar. What are the other options? I need my pet, my summoned pet on my bar. Where the hell is the pet utility button? In case it dies. Also, is the wing clip on my bar?
I need a target. I don't have a target.
That is. Okay. Ate. Blue cheese? That doesn't sound very appealing. That does not sound very appealing. But I like playing a lot of specs right now. This guy, the first thing I read when I come out here is how big is it? And then he links Shield of Vengeance. Is that supposed to mean big or something? What's up, Pumbaa? Hello, Pumbaa. Pumbaa. Oh my god, this is an Outlaw Rogue. I've yet to see an Outlaw Rogue. He's dueling a Devourer. Devourer is like one of the best dueling specs in the game. If Outlaw can beat Devourer or Demon Hunter, I feel like Outlaw can't be doing too badly. He's getting kind of close. He's got Ghost Reaper at 40%. He's running away. He smoke bombs the hit off the Void Ray. He might re-stealth here. Oh, he jumped on him. You can actually dip into the smoke bomb with that. It doesn't get line of sighted, it looks like. He blinds them low. If he resets stun DRs, he reset them. Can Outlaw Rogue actually finish? Full kidney shot, so close. Void Ray. Oh, he's dipping out. He's getting a shield. He's trying to grapple back to him. I think Outlaw Rogue is going to win this. He's very close. Oh, the Void Ray. Oh, one more hit. Oh my god, Outlaw Rogue did it, dude. Do you know how many classes I've seen capable of defeating Devourer? It's not very many. Havarti is very nice. Havarti cheese. Has sub changed since the video? No, it still doesn't. It's the same as it was in that video. I'm waiting to see if they're going to do any changes today. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like they're creating the mid-range role because they want to add more classes, but if they add more melee, then raid compositions start to have a problem. And if they add too many ranged, then less melee are going to get taken. So they're trying to come up with this new... I think they're also bored, and they're just trying to come up with a new concept for raid group composition, so it's not just only melee and ranged, right? Like, you can have mechanics that affect a group of players that are in different positions, right? They can anticipate that these classes will be this far away from the boss, and these classes are this far away from the boss, so they can design mechanics around that. I think that's their idea of it. I think it's just the game's been out for so long, they're trying to do something unique, right? And generally in PvE, being a melee is pretty bad. In PvP, though, the mid-range just end up feeling like melee that don't, like, I don't know. They don't really feel mid-ranged. I don't know how to explain what they feel like in PvP. Is Void Elf better option for Demon Hunter? I don't think so. Old bald man, no ram and no rhymes. You also forgot no bitches, Rekatron. I can't believe I'm actually hungry right now. Oof. I need the gym, dude. My foot needs to heal. I'm really hoping today is the last day that my foot feels like this. I'm hoping it, dude. Order some I can't, dude. I'm trying to lose weight, bro. I've lost weight even without doing any steps or going to the gym. I think it's mostly like inflammation because my body's finally not moving every day. Yeah, I saw that. I haven't seen anything that looks strange on mine. I feel like my Twitch account's not worth hacking. I mean, unless somebody just wants to screw with me because they don't like me. But I don't think my Twitch account is worth hacking for a payout method or whatever. But I mean, I don't even know how do you look at that. Payouts. How do I check where it's if they've changed the payout location? I don't think you can. I don't think you can. I don't see how you, oh my god, the queue actually popped. Roar! CES, thank you for the 25 months. Honestly, you know what I need to have happen? I need Twitch to like unjustifiably ban me so that I can make a Twitter post about being unjustifiably banned and then make a GoFundMe and then raise a bunch of money and get a lot of attention and petition them to unban me and then get unbanned the same day while also not closing the GoFundMe so I can get a bunch of money without doing anything. That's what I need. It's called the Twitch the Twitch ban boost. That's what I call that. I swear anybody who gets banned on Twitch, it's not even bad. Like if you're big enough, it's not even bad. Just flip it into sympathy and you can make more money than if you were actually streaming, and your viewership will be higher. when you come back. I guess you need some type of sympathy as well. But you could also just make up a sick relative or something, you know what I mean? We're living in lying times, you know.
I'm out of range.
I don't know what I just pressed. Oh, I'm dying. Where's my wall button? I should actually like learn my keybinds before jumping in here probably. Where are we going? Are we going on the hunter? I think we're going on the hunter. Where is he? Too many health bars. I'm gonna boomstick him up the butt. I'm lagging. Is it hitting him from there? I have no idea. Feels like it is. A cheesemonger? This is depressing. Alright, time for some cooldowns. Well, I hit hard. We got turret. Let's go on this guy, I guess. Is he out of the turret yet? Weird. Disarm him out of this. I don't know how to play, dude. Oh.
I need to target something.
Africa can. Boomstick? Oh, the howl. I made my health bars bigger. They didn't make them bigger.
It's still recharging.
Okay, the Red Paladin just soloed that guy. What? Wallace from Wallace and Gromit looking. That's what you think I look like. So you're saying I look famous? Tell me there's a DR tracker. There is. It's just that they picked random icons to represent the DRs. They show up on the left of the arena frames. One of them is a concussive shot looking thing. The other one is a purple swirly. The other thing's a brown swirly. Purple swirly is Cyclone DR. Brown swirly is Poly DR. Concussive shot is stun DR. Well, let's track where the target was, dude. I'm fried. See, like, you see how the priest has a swirly DR? That means he's been in-capped, so I can't trap. Now there's no buttons on the priest, you see that? No buttons, so I can stun. Oh, he faded it. He tried a death trap him after it. Even without add-ons, bro, I can still get some CCs. Go for a boomstick during the silence. He might be dead, though. I'm just gonna stun this guy. Disarm him.
I don't have a target.
You're gonna need to press a wing clip. It's weird, but Roar Sack being like half an hour cooldown is kind of sad. I wish my tip the spear showed up on my personal resource display. I don't know what's going on. It's not showing up. Crap off that. Chasing down a naked Kiltiran hunter, dude. Feels like hunters can't die or something. And we need to go on Warlock.
It's too far away.
Try to go on Warlock a bit. Oh, I'm feared. Can death this? He deathed it. No kick. Might be toast. Oh my god, he's at 1%. How is he even alive? Yeah, tip the spear. It needs to like show up on the personal resource display. I can't even play the game. Oh, Blizzard doesn't back down. I think they did. I saw someone post that details actually works. I was gonna go and get it. I swear. I think you can still use. You can use add-ons that. You can definitely use Gladius. For sure, Gladius will work. I'm trying to think what it wouldn't show. Because Gladius doesn't show anything that the default frames don't show, right? I'm pretty sure. Like, it shows the trinket. It shows the casts. It shows the DRs. So theoretically, you should be able to use it.
I'm out of range.
Actually kind of hard to, like, land this Molotov thing ability. Oh no. I really die on a Hodge? Is this how I die? Diminish? I don't know if Diminish will stay or not. But I was going to try and download details because I swear I saw a TikTok or something of someone that was showing that you can still use details. Because details is actually going to be helpful to figure out like how my class does damage. This thing is just completely useless. It's only a reskin? Oh. Does it not show enemy damage or anything? I don't know why that pinged like that. Wait, no bubble? It only shows what Blizz... Oh, if it only shows what Blizz provides, then it doesn't matter. Does it let you, like, break down your spells better than this? Because this is so bad. Also, why is it not organized from, like, top to bottom? Like, what is this? It just, like, randomly jumps down and then goes to the top. Is that because this is my pet? You disabled it? Oh, then the guy who made the TikTok is just clickbaiting. Making it seem like details is back when it's not. See, that to me is actual clickbait, is when you lie. Making it something that's provocative is not clickbaiting, as long as it's truthful. It'll be ready for midnight. What, like actually showing down the breakdown of your damage? Are we gonna have one for enemy targets too? I feel like they can't, because if that data gets leaked, then you can make add-ons that like track its cooldown and stuff. I don't know how you would manage to do that. Mind you, if you can see it for your allies, you should be able to see their cooldowns too, wouldn't you? No way I get hodged the millisecond I press that, dude.
It's too far.
Can I just get in range of him, dude? Oh, dude. Classes that have like melee required abilities after you play a mid-range class feels so bad.
I need to get closer. It's
I think that means the priest is on DR because he's got the brown swirly thing. Hatchet toss? You don't press that unless you're playing pack leader. Oh. Boomy is pretty good. I just played it yesterday. I think it's pretty good. It's pretty good, good. You know it's pretty good. Pretty good. It's pretty good. The cheap shot change? I mean, as long as it does damage, it's not going to matter too much. I actually think it might be better for Subtlety Rogue. Because now you don't have to worry about DPS accidentally like extending a DR for the, you know, the third DR randomly. They can just only do it twice. And then it resets faster. So you technically get to like get more full stuns. There's no kick tracker right now. The only way is to hear the audio effects, see the visual, and then track it in your head. You want to keep it the add-on situation? Wait, like it is on retail or like it is right now in the beta? Survival had crowd control pruned. So survival lost scattershot. It lost tar trap root. What else did it lose? Oh, yeah, it lost damaging abilities too. It lost flanking strike, which is like a little bit of mobility. Takedown is a shorter cooldown, but it is a shorter range. They lost their knockback. Honestly, playing Survival Hunter right now makes me feel like I'm playing like a level 20 character in like an older version of the game or something. Ooh. Yeah, both the knockback. They took knockbacks away from every single class except for Druid. Any Druid spec still has Typhoon. Ellie Shaman still has Thunderstorm. And I think every other knockback is gone. Oh, that Kultiran is still in the game. You can spam Cyclone, but you only have 3 or 2 diminishing return charges now, so you can only Cyclone someone twice and then they're immune. I don't know why they pruned knockbacks. My best guess why they pruned knockbacks is because they were really buggy and you could literally get knocked through the floor. And maybe they couldn't figure out how to solve getting knocked through the floor, so they just removed the ability that knocks people through the floor instead. That's the only thing. And obviously they did like a lot of mobility disarmaments, and knockback is also included in that. So it might be like a double, 2 birds, 1 stone. They get to fix the bugged falling through the floor with knockback thing, and they get to reduce ability count when it comes to mobility at the same time. You can still, well, it might be a fear plus a knockback usually. It's a disorient plus a knockback that usually causes the most issues with falling through the floor. It originated on Blade's Edge, right? Like you could like Dragon's Breath somebody in the middle of the bridge and then knock them and they just fall directly down instead of going off to the side, and they'd fall through the bridge. And then it started being you'd fall through the floor. I don't understand how that even started, unless they like changed those maps, which I would doubt that that's what they did. Yeah, you can get knocked through the mountain on Twin Peaks. It's like I don't understand how the collision was like removed on these maps, because unless no one ever tested it, right? Like maybe no one ever got knocked into the mountain or something. Like I've seen people literally fall through rocks. Like how did that start happening? But obviously they can't figure it out because people are still getting knocked through the rocks. How is survival feeling? Is it still fun? It's definitely not for me, but I don't really like playing it that much on retail either. It's like it's on retail. It's nice as like a little side quest, like a little tiny break or something from other classes. But I don't think I'll ever commit to Survival Hunter. Survival Hunter is like casual use only, like you don't marry Survival Hunter in Midnight. Play more Windwalker. Well, if you guys want to gift 5 subs, you can pick any spec. I will play any spec. I've been 2400 and higher on every spec in the game. So if you guys want to see the spec, and how it performs, and if it's good or not, then this is the best time to do it. Interested in testing mage later. Right now we're going to do hunter, and we're going to see if people give subs or where I want to personally test as well. But if someone does 5 subs for mage, then yep. I think Shadow Priest is still good, yeah. The tentacle slap makes it really easy to get damage out. Glad this season is so free. You mean on Midnight? Honestly, the only thing they have to do to make Glad free is like put one item from PvP that raiders want, and then the amount of people who play PvP will like quadruple, so then the amount of how the inflation will quadruple. Five subs on Twitch. You'd have to do it on Twitch. I don't even know what it is. How much is 5 subs on Twitch? Let me see. To do 5 subs on mine, it says that it's $35 Canadian, which is probably $25 American or something like that. $25 to $30 American. Comparison on PvP and Midnight. More like BC or more like Panda? Definitely not like Panda. Not at all like Panda. I think they did say that you'll be able to have resources with add-ons. I don't know if they said energy. They listed Maelstrom and they listed Soul Shard, so I assume that would include combo points and include energy. But I don't know if they said those. The game is more like a... Some classes play like TBC. Some classes play like the War Within. Like, some specs literally just feels like you're playing the War Within, but other specs kind of feel more like TBC. Why can't they build Maelstrom into the UI? What do you mean into the UI? Oh, but does it not show up in the UI? Only with the bars lighting up on the side of your character? Oh yeah, it shows the 5 stack. Yeah, it's weird because stuff like that you would think that they'd want to invest in, but then we get like people like they like change tooltips and they change like images on tooltips, and it's just like, what? Why are we investing time on tooltip images when like core resource gameplay animations are like outdated? So we got DevCom's Transmog here. I mean, this is a pretty standard rogue set. You got the elite PvP weapons, I assume. Oh, these are artifact weapon appearances. And then you got a bunch of different pieces. So this isn't a set, although it kind of looks like a set. I mean, it's pretty straightforward for a rogue. I don't think it's like... I'm not the most mind blown, but I'm not like disappointed, so like a 7. Do you think it's lame that the honor rewards stop at 500? How many accounts actually have 500 honor level though? Like, is there a way to look at that? Like, percentage data on how many of them? Well, obviously, like, most of us are. We're, like, the hardcore players. They were updating it for a while. I don't know why they stopped. It was probably like it had to be like too much tedious development and not enough accounts were actually ever getting to that point. Because to me, the honor level system is like our renown track, right? So like most people are playing to get renown and stuff. Oh god, we're gonna be doing more transmog rankings. Oh, why would you link this, bro? Are you sure that you want to link this, dude? Oh, what was that? Did we just get 5 subs? Brinkubus, thank you for the 22 months. What are you trying to do with this, bro? You're a panda. You're a warrior panda. You've infused both purple and fell magic with a little purple tinge on your hair. You got an eye patch. You're like a pirate fell infused panda captain. Is that what you're trying to go for? Why are your hands like just straight green? How did you even do that? I like that the pants like flow into the tabard, but I think it's just the Sargerai set, isn't it? From the bottom, from the waist down. I think it's an Arcanite Ripper appearance, like a hidden appearance from Legion. I mean, it's just it's a pretty basic Legion Mog. I'd say like a 7. This is very rare. It's okay. I know how you truly feel. A 10 out of 10? I think it's because it's a panda, bro. Can I say that on stream? Am I going to get canceled? I swear it's just because it's a panda. Show us your house. I'm on the beta, bro. I don't have a house on the beta. How many people are dueling out here, dude? Which is set from the the trader tenders? Oh, my gear is breaking. Make sure you repair your gear on the beta. It will actually break really fast randomly. I don't understand how or why, but
I need to target something first.
your gear will literally snap if you're not repairing.
For the Alliance.
Tons of people are trying to be the demon hunter, the next demon hunter champ, bro. Blizzard milking our gold away faster. Hey, they got to make more money than last quarter, bro. Don't blame them. It's what they have to do. How did I summon this random pet? How do I get rid of it? Where's dismiss pet? Does it not exist anymore? I'd be a demon hunter when you can just be a hunter. Technically, true. You hunt everything, so like you've pretty much covered your bases, right? Lil Hosey logged on. Is he on the TBC? Do you think we'll see another tuning pass? I mean, we'll find out this week. If they don't do any tuning this week, then this might just be what we're gonna get. I don't know where their priority would be, you know? No, not live on the beta. Tuning for midnight. I mean, you can't use the pre-patch to tune max level. You have more talents, you have different tier sets, you have more stats. You can't use the PTR tuning to tune max level. Yeah, the season ends, but then the PTR lasts for like a month or more, doesn't it? So like, or the pre-patch. So like there's still like another month or more that until midnight is out. I doubt that they'll tune the pre-patch anymore. I think the pre-patch will just come out. It'll be what it'll be. But then they will likely tune beta. I would think they have to tune the beta more. There's no way it's done. What's your honest opinion on the two warrior specs? I mean, they're both going to suffer from the same issues, it seems like, unfortunately. I think they're still going to be kind of frustrating into some range DPS in order to keep uptime. Are we looking forward to Midnight Supa? Yeah. I think I'm just really tired right now, and I'm injured, and I have a headache. So, like, I hate everything right now. But I'm sure if I didn't feel like this, then I would be down. You want more? I think they are adding more PvP decor, aren't they? Are we looking forward to Mop Classic Season 13? I'm probably not going to play it. I swear Mop not having solo queue and TBC not having solo queue is just so bad. Melee is a dated... Yeah, exactly. That's what it feels like. If like even on survival now, because concussive shot's kind of out of the way, so I didn't talent for it, but like a lot of your buttons are like melee hard locked, and when you actually have to use them, it gets really annoying. It doesn't feel like the classes that are locked to melee get any sort of benefit, you know what I mean? Well, the queues probably pop fast because you don't have to wait for a healer. You already have a team. The process of getting a team is what takes long. I mean, if you play threes on retail, your queues are instant. The process that takes a long time is getting a team to queue the threes with. But if you have a team, your queues are instant. If they can all be on at the same time, you're instantly playing the game. Unless maybe you're the #1 player on the ladder, and then you'd have to wait. Ugh. It's actually crazy when you, like, having known what it feels like to be in a 300-pound fat body and then be in like a somewhat fit body, and like when I can't go to the gym, I'm literally angry. Like, I'm just irritable and angry. I don't remember feeling like that before when I was 300 pounds though. Would you injure my foot? So like maybe I could take... The thing is that I walk, so like even walking is just very hard right now. I shouldn't have... I went to the gym, was it yesterday or the day before? And I was just taking it easy. I was on the treadmill. My foot started to hurt. I should have stopped as soon as my foot started to hurt, but I didn't. I just kept walking until I had my steps. And then my foot was worse the next day, so that was stupid. So now I'm just doing nothing and waiting. Yeah, I mean, I could probably do back movements. I'm thinking I just take... I probably needed a deload or a reset anyways. So just take a reset, and then I'm probably going to change my whole program for the rest of this weight loss period. I think I'm going to switch to like a full body day, and then do like a accessory day, and then do a full body day, and then an accessory day, and then a full body day. And that's how I'm going to program my weight loss periodization or whatever, because I've never tried a full body one, and I think full body burns way more calories, so I think it'll be more ideal. Do I have to link my Mog somewhere special? If you want to do your Mog, you have to be on Twitch. It costs channel points to do a Mog request. This is on Xalatath Endgame. I need to just put that on a text message on the stream. Wait, why is that so big? How How do I change the size of it? I get that question literally like 20 times a day. How do you feel now compared to when you were heavier? Do you feel better? Are day-to-day activities easier? Yeah, I think so. I mean, I remember being like afraid of like falling down and having to just get back up when I was 300 pounds. Like the idea of going down on my knees for anything was like terrifying. Also, my feet hurt. Other than this injury right now, but like my feet hurt forever. If I had to like stand up for my shift or whatever for a long time, my feet would be dying. What would you say to a firearm rework? What's firearm? You mean fire mage? I mean, I'd rather fire mage be a dot class, but I just don't think it's going to happen. That's my personal preference. Yeah, I know that the most calories burned is going to be from my diet and my walking. I know that. But I'm just saying, on top of that, I think a full body split is going to be better for me. I think it's going to help me manage fatigue better. And I think it burns more calories. Doing 3 sets of squats and then 3 sets of bench and then 3 sets of lat pull downs, I think is going to be more calories. Soak them in the tub? I probably should, but too lazy. Also, I don't really have anywhere comfortable to like sit to put them in the tub. I think it's kind of just, it's just working its way back. I don't know what caused it. University riding and most calories you burn by walking fast phase but not running. I mean, it just depends on what your heart rate is for a duration of time. That's what determines how many calories you burn with cardio. If your heart rate is elevated for a prolonged period of time, you burn more calories. That's why if you're 300 pounds and you walk 10K steps, you burn more calories than someone who's 200 pounds and walks 10K steps because you carried 100 more pounds over that period of time, so your heart rate's more elevated. But even still, like 10K steps is probably anywhere from like 300 to 500 calories burned depending on your body weight. Somebody called my house and asked for me back in high school, and my dad told them he's in the tub, and for years people asked me how I enjoyed the tub. You got made fun of for taking baths. I would have thought that kids normally get made fun of for not showering. I mean, 150 to 79 kgs is like, wait, what? Let me, I have to convert that. I'm gonna bet that you gain all of that weight back. There's no way you lost like 100 pounds. Or actually, that's like over almost 200 pounds in 10 months. Without either being on steroids or you don't gain all of the weight back. Okay, people are asking really weird questions. I understand why they took kill shot away from survival. Boomstick feels like it. Yeah, I feel like Boomstick is literally like, this is a lingering Plunderstorm ability idea that they didn't implement, and they're like, yeah, just give it to Survival Hunter. Is what I think. Shaman or Priest looks more fun to play in Midnight. Like Ellie Shaman? Will Plunder ever come back? I have no idea. I mean, most of the fitness bros are taking steroids, abusing lighting, or something. There's not like... Because the thing is, to get any sort of substantial following on the internet, you have to be enhanced, because people just don't care unless you look like the Hulk. They just think you don't know what you're talking about unless you look like the Hulk, which unironically, a lot of the guys who look like the Hulk actually don't know what's going on. How is Priest without Void Swap? I think it's still good. I think Vampiric Embrace is still a really strong cooldown. It can like negate like a heavy cooldown phase of an engagement. No, I'm not gonna do any gear. I mean, unless my doctor tells me that it's like a medical thing. No, I'm not gonna do it. The hardest part when you're 300 pounds is consistently getting yourself to do something and building the habit. If you don't build the habit, it won't matter. Like you can try and force it. That's why I don't think this guy's strategy of losing 200 pounds or whatever in 10 months is a good strategy. Why is he talking? Oh wait, are people roasting each other? I'm not even paying attention to the game. I'm reading my chat. I have Thunder Fury on retail. Can I use as a rogue even if I'm playing daggers? You should be able to do that right now on live, I think. Do you still have to stand for ages still for Devourer to be effective? What do you mean? Because of their ramp? Void Demon Hunter should have been an easy healer. I guess, I mean, technically Disc Priest heal with the Void, right? Could have maybe made it a healing spec. So the meal timing thing, I think the meal timing thing, obviously if it helps you limit your overall calories, that's going to be the main driving factor to weight loss. But I think there are advantages to not eating too late at night that are basically just that your digestive system gets a break, which will help your digestion, which is super important for your health, the absorption of everything that you're eating, and inflammation. So like, but as far as like you'll lose weight faster because you only ate from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. is not true. If you eat 5,000 calories in that window, you won't lose weight. But I do think if you ate in that window and ate in a deficit, that there are some pros to it. I do think Survival Hunter plays like a Plunderstorm character. This feels really pruned. Like I say, if you're taking, medical, like prescribed things from your doctor and you've obviously consulted a professional, like that's something entirely different than you're just trying to take a shortcut to get clout on social media and then sell people BS programs for money and just scam people, basically. Those are like two entirely different things.
It's too far away.
I pressed the wrong button. I do kind of feel like you need to be in melee range of your target. Otherwise your auto attacks aren't hitting, and I feel like you do significantly less damage when your auto attacks aren't hitting. Dead and stun.
I need to get closer. I'm out of.
I need to turn like the minion health bars off or something. It's so distracting seeing like 10 billion health bars. I mean, calories is the only factor that affects weight gain or weight loss. Macros will impact body composition though. And meal timing will impact your digestion, which then can impact your body composition and your overall health. So it's all important technically, right? It's all important. Calorie deficit's important. Macros are important. Micros are important. All of it's important. Why is my takedown not working? Oh, dude.
It's too far away.
Nice. You're important to me. Well, thank you, CK Bandit. I'm glad I'm still important to you, even though I gave you a bad rating or whatever. Play Feral. If you guys want to see Feral, you guys can give 5 subs. I'll play any spec you request. I've been over 2,400 rating on every spec. So if you want to get like an in-detailed analysis of the performance of the spec across all rating thresholds, like is it going to be good for you if you're not very good at the game? Is it going to be good for you if you're a pro? All these things are weighted and considered, so it is a high value option to gift 5 subs if you want to make sure that your spec choice is correct for midnight.
I need a target. to target something first.
What was that? What just happened? Muy Grand Mika! Maybe if I get to subs. The people can choose? I don't think you want to do that, bro. They're not going to agree. You're going to have to, like, figure out what the consensus is from all of them. I'm dual wielding, yeah. I'm wearing 2 one-handers. I know some people are voting feral, but now see, look at that. Can we do it? We can do a poll, yeah. I'll make a poll after this. I'm not going to strip on the poll, though. That's an extra 50 subs. I started a Boomy a few days ago. I'm at the moment 2.2k. I have pretty good burst. What am I doing wrong? You just need more games, bro. Just play more games, get more game awareness, more game sense on when to be running, when to be attacking, when to get CC, when to just passively play. How many subs for the hot tub stream? That's a lot.
I'm out of range.
We'll make a poll. Out of all the specs that you guys have listed so far, I'll make a poll. If your damage is low, then that's what you need to work on. Yeah, I don't like the new damage meter is kind of pointless. Other than I know I'm number 1 damage, but like, and I guess my wildfire bomb did a lot, but I don't know what any of this stuff means. It probably means your dot uptime is not very good. You need to be better at keeping 2 dots on as many targets as possible if your overall damage is low. Is what I would say. If you want like a general tip to try and pay attention to.
It's too far away.
I keep forgetting to press my glaive toss. I forgot the ability transforms.
It's too far away.
Chasing a mage still just feels really annoying, dude. Oh, thank God he trinketed and blocked or whatever.
I'm out of range.
Why am I disarmed? I hit this guy.
I need to get closer. It's too far away.
My pet is like always CC'd by something. What's up, Megan? Hello? You'll need to do PvE logging to get a good meter. Uploading combat logs? What? Wish Shuff had some kind of cool reward. Yeah, it would be nice. Soulbreaker. Do you think it's better to not play it and lose it, or what do you mean What's Soulbreaker? I swear chasing a mage is still miserable, dude. My pet is just permanently rooted.
I'm out of range.
My god, dude. Oh,
It's too far.
dude.
I need to get closer.
Why does he just have infinite blinks? Feels like.
It's too far away.
There hasn't been any yet. I'm waiting to see if any come in today. Because I would have thought maybe they would come in today, but who knows if they were on vacation and they came back. I might have a slow day back or something.
I'm out of range.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know about mages being bad, dude. Look at Big Moran's Twitter. What did he do? Oh, that, like the random time walking item that people are abusing? Is it that big of a deal? There's no add-ons being used on my stream right now. This is just the midnight beta default UI. Okay, we need to make a poll. How do you do this again? Poll maker? I have no idea what this website is. /poll? Oh wait, in Twitch chat. Okay, what specs do you guys want? What specs? I know Feral was on there. I think I saw Enhance there. I think somebody typed Prot Warrior. Okay, you can't list every class. I'm just gonna pick the first ones that I see, dude. Because I don't think you can put that many polls up. Okay, there's 5 specs on this. There's 5 specs. Someone suggested Prot Warrior, dude. 0 chance of seeing Supa on Feral. I mean, if people vote for it, you'll see it. Right now, it looks like Shadow is winning, though. You guys don't have a lot of time to vote. This is a democracy voting or picking progress, you know? You guys can't see the poll on YouTube, but there's a poll going on right now. Right now, Shadow is winning. Someone voted for Prot Warrior, dude. See, this is why we can't have nice things in democracy. The one guy who plays it. Okay. How much is left on this? It's a close race. Two of them, those two, should get married, but not have children. Okay, Shadow won. The Shadow Lords have been called. Hey man, you can flame Twitch all you want, but until YouTube starts paying me more than Twitch, then I'm not going to stop using it. Go outside, Stormwind, I never see anyone. You have to turn war mode on. You have to be on Xal'atath's endgame and you have to turn war mode on to be able to see people outside. Okay, I need to put crit gear on for Bonnie's build, I think. We'll just go with that. I think it's fine. Should have went, what, Brewmaster Monk? How did I get rid of this pole? Oh, there we go. Yeah, no, there's a lot of stuff people don't consider if they haven't played in a while. It doesn't really, like, the game doesn't tell you about that stuff, right? Like, you just log on the server and then expect to see other people there on the server, right? You go outside, no one's there, what's going on? And then there's this hidden button in the bottom right of your talent tree that you have to hit in order to see people out there. Well, they separated war mode. Vitoz, I'm not sure how to pronounce your name. Thank you for subscribing. They separated it so that you weren't making a permanent decision, you know, with your realm. Like if you picked a PvP realm, well, now you're stuck. You have to make it. I mean, ultimately it was to help the PvE Care Bears, right? That didn't want to deal with getting attacked, right? They've been slowly, like, disarming any sort of sharpness from PvP from the game over time. But to be fair, look at Classic WoW right now. Like, I've seen people making videos complaining. What the hell was that? How did that just happen? Wait, what? How did you just get the guy from Transformers to show up on the stream? No, it wasn't Blizzard. It's that literally there are groups of Cabal people who like camp world buffs and they camp end game areas and they stop you from doing stuff. That's all they do. They play Classic and that's literally all they do. They just try and grief people who are trying to play the game in Classic. And if war mode existed, then you could just turn it off, right? And then you could go get your buff and you could go to the raid and there'd be no altercation. But that's why you can turn it on and off, is because of that. Shall I let this guy 1v1? See how he does? Demonology Warlock against Unholy DK. They both have such big shields, dude. Oh, they actually broke their shields. Look at all these pets, dude. I'm not going to hit you, bro. He poured it away at low health. Oh, God. Am I gonna regret this? He's dude. Look at the DK's movement. Are my eyes old, or did he just teleport from like over here to over there to over here? Like, is that my vision? Is that my fault? But I feel like these are two players dueling with like a pack of mobs aggroed on them. They don't even... Oh god. Here we go. Time to go ham. We didn't have to kick. Wait, he didn't even get his icebound? Brother. Brother, what? Need to bait him out in the open. I think I'm dead. I have a little trump card. I don't think it matters. DK's too OP, dude. Too OP. We could unflag it. What do you mean? Like you can walk around where other people have it flagged, but you don't, and you can still see them, you just can't attack them, is what you're saying? Why would that matter? The DK is like, damn, I'm so good. I mean, this is why people care about figuring out what the best classes are, right? Can you show the build? This is Anne Bonnie's build. But you have to manually apply Shadow Word Pain. Well, I mean, they phase the worlds anyways, though, regardless of war mode or not. There's layers because they don't want the layers being too crowded. I mean, you'll see it when TBC comes out, when everyone's trying to do a quest and they can't tag a mob. Like there are logistical reasons for why they implemented things. I agree that they need to be temporary though. Like expansion release, you can have layers because there's too many people. So even if you have layers, every layer is full. You'll see people all around. But then as the expansion ages, there's less people. So then the world feels dead. It's already dead because people are leaving, and then it's more dead because you're artificially filtering people apart from each other. So like the layers need to be like on for a certain amount of time and then turned off. I just don't know how easy that is to do, right? I'm not an engineer. That might be a really complicated process. Scale to population? I mean, I think so. I would assume. Is tier worth using so far? There's 500 people. It doesn't feel like that though sometimes. Have you tested Feral? We were going to, but you guys voted for Shadow. I think Feral is kind of average. I don't think it's I'd say it's like average, like I don't want to say like below average because that makes it sound terrible, but it's like it's definitely not a front runner right now as far as powerful specs. But some people will say that like the mob tagging was like that's what made the game fun, you know, like griefing people and stopping them from tagging and camping them, and that's literally what made the game fun for them, right? Some people want that. Those types of players, they like arc raiders too. Like arc raiders is basically that experience, right? Like you can either be collaborative and work together with people, or you can be the dick that's running around. And like having that choice of good and evil is fun, right? It's like the old Fable game. I remember where you can make like a bad choice or a good choice. And some people like being able to make that decision. I just don't know if it's the majority of people or not. Like, is it better for your game to have people be able to do stuff like that? Or is it worse for your game to have people to do stuff like that, right? Because your decision should be made on whatever's best for your game. Wasn't that the point of Warcraft? Yeah, but like I said, they've slowly been like in an effort to improve and smooth out the experience, right? But maybe it was like the rough edges were actually important to the experience. I mean, like how many memories do you have now because everything's so streamlined, right? Like you don't have to worry about mob tagging. So if someone's like annoying and tagging all the mobs, You're basically playing by yourself because no one else can interact with your experience, right? They removed most of the group quests that are required, so you don't have to talk to anyone. You basically can just by yourself go through all the content with no interaction or altercation from any other player. So like, is that better than an experience where you're fighting for the resources because they're scarce and people can tag them before you get them? And like, what's more important? Ultimately, I don't remember any of them. I'll be honest. Like, I think eventually you get old enough, you don't remember it either way. So like, I don't know if it really matters. In 2018, I got to farm herbs for 3 hours without seeing anyone else. Those were the good old days. So I feel like you're trolling. I think it's better now because you don't have to do it solo and they have to scale back options so you can help someone catch up to you. Give it to me straight. How is Warrior looking? I mean, it's not awful. It's not the best. I mean, for like a large portion of my early time playing WoW, I literally just griefed people. I would be the guy on like a daily quest hub. Like I remember Ogrilla and TBC, which was like on the elevations of Blade's Edge Mountains. There's an end game world quest zone there. The one where you had to do like the puzzle guessing game and like which colors and memorize them. It was hard when it got up to like the maximum stacks. But there was like these houses where the ogre quest turn-ins were. So I'd stand on top of the house because the guards back then couldn't hit you on top of elevation. And you could just camp people trying to turn their quest in. You could just sit there and they'd try and turn their quest in and you'd kill them. But I'll also say that like back then, there weren't so many end game systems that you were trying to min-max. So you actually had free time. And then because you had free time, you became a deviant. Because it was like, what else am I going to do? Like, I already did the raid this week. I got my PvP cap for the week. There's nothing else to do. I'm just going to go fuck with people because I'm bored. That's literally what you know, devolved into it. You just didn't have anything else to do, so let's just be a deviant. You like this shirt? This was sponsored at one time by Cloud9 for one video. Do you look at the feedback beta testers give? What do you mean, do I look at it? I'm not a designer. What's up, Mission Maniac? I'm having a recovery day. My foot is busted. Shadow Priest without Psychic Horror. It's not that bad, bro. Yeah, exactly. You jump the walls just to hang out on the top of Ironforge, and people don't do that anymore. I think you can find it, but it's probably a lot harder, and it doesn't last very long. Swifty got unbanned, bro. That stuff is old news. He got banned. He started a GoFundMe. I think it raised $10,000 in like an hour, and then he got unbanned. Is there a way to turn the PP gear into tier in the beta? I doubt it. Maybe there is, but I don't know where it is. The like catalyst for it. You don't have to. You can just buy the tier gear. There's a vendor that sells the tier gear. You just, if you face the PvP vendor, you just turn 180 and just walk straight forward. There's a vendor. Easy 10K. Well, yeah, that's what I was saying at the start of the stream. Like, I hope Twitch wrongfully bans me. I'll just make a GoFundMe and a Twitter post and make more money than if I was streaming. Isn't it Mythic tier gear? I have that. Yeah, the tier gear will be Mythic gear, but it's the same item level as if you converted PvP gear. It doesn't matter. Swifty probably hates that he got unbanned. What, you could just sat there and collected more GoFundMes. There was one streamer who does like reruns 24/7, like 24/7, and the reruns are probably making like $100 a day, and they're doing nothing. It's just a rerun and maybe making $100 a day. And they came back randomly after like a year and a half, and they were talking about how their mental health is so bad, and I'm just like, what do you? And that they have to take it easy with streaming because they burn out too easily. And I'm like, what? You literally just put reruns on for a year and a half. You burn out? Dude. I can't. I can't. Yeah, you can. Well, BG queues don't pop. Basically, people only queue solo shuffle and skirmishes, and they duel. That's pretty much, as far as PvP, that's all anyone queues. I don't know if it's because Battleground Blitz just doesn't work, or people just don't care. Like, no one queues Battleground Blitz for some reason on the beta, which is what tells me that Battlegrounds aren't the future of competitive WoW. Like, the fact that literally not a single BG is going to pop on the beta. Like, what? Meanwhile, there's probably a shit ton of duels and solo shuffle games. Like, that just tells you what is intrinsically the popular bracket. Mind Games is not back. More players is required. I mean, there's a lot of people out here. I mean, if I do /yellow queue up BG Blitz. Have been for 47 minutes. So I don't think it works, bro. It either doesn't work or no one's queuing for it. Everybody that has beta in my stream, get on the beta and queue up BG Blitz. You have little agency. Yeah, it depends on what spec you play and the map. Some specs have way more agency on the end of the game, depending on the map, than others. So you have to know like what your role is with your spec and how to get the most value out of it. I wish we allowed gladiator mount or recolor. I do too, but I don't know if it's gonna I mean, maybe we just need to make a really popular video that's complaining about it. Like, can we get a recolor of the glad mount and shuffle and blitz? Because I think there should be, but I don't know if they will. And I don't know, maybe I'm making an assumption. I kind of am. I'm making the assumption that they don't want to do it. One, because PvEers will get mad that there's more PvP mounts they can't get. And then two, it might possibly drive down 3v3 participation because people might just opt to get the recolor and not really care, especially if the glad recolor is like bad or something, which it would for sure, right? Like if the solo shuffle recolor was just better than the threes one, then no one would go for the threes one. The biggest issue with PvP right now is that there's not a single piece of gear that PvEers like desire at all. That's like, there needs to be a piece of gear that PvEers want to wear from PvP. Whether it's attainable in both parts of the game, I think is fine, but like you should be able to get an item that's good in PvE from PvP. If you can also get it from a dungeon, whatever, but you should be like, I hate that like you can't. Like, number one, as a PvEer, you try to PvP, your gear sucks. It has no versatility. You get killed instantly. You don't have your 2-set bonus on your trinkets, so you get absolutely wrecked. And then your experience is bad, and then you probably quit. I mean, that's like, just think about it. If you're a PvE player, you did the Mythic Raid, your guild's kind of done, you've done all the PvE content you want to do, I'll try some PvP. Like, I got this Mythic gear, surely it's not going to be that bad, right? It's terrible and you don't even realize it, and so you just get destroyed and you think you're awful at the game, but it's because your gear is not good for PvP. So then you probably just hate PvP. You're just like, well, this sucks. I honestly think the training grounds or whatever for PvP should give you a full set of PvP gear. You queue the training grounds up a couple of times. That way, if you're a PvEer, you try the training grounds and you can actually get it and then maybe not have such a terrible experience. Because like they say it's like it's the sharks and it's like the toxic PvPers. It's like, bro, it's just because your character has no good stats. And he gets one shot. The thing is versatility is a good stat in Mythic Plus, though. I think, like you have to have it, otherwise certain mechanics just eventually kill you. They just one shot you because of the keystone level. But yeah, it's the same way. That's why I don't try PvE either. It's because my PvP gear is useless. If I try and go do PvE, no one's even going to invite me to a group. Like even if I upgrade it, which is also a waste of the resources because they now. I don't know why they did that, but now to upgrade your PvP gear uses the same resources that upgrading your PvE gear uses, and it's limited. So you're literally stupid. If you upgrade your PvP gear, you're literally stupid because now you're using limited resources that can't upgrade actual good gear. I hate that they did that. It was way better when you could upgrade PvP gear with PvP currency, because then it got it to like a decent item level, and you didn't have to waste currency that's useful for PvE gear. That it's so stupid. The way that they have crossover between the modes is so stupid. I swear. They have to make it a better experience to cross over from PvE to PvP and from PvP to PvE. And it's not from the gameplay standpoint, it's from your gear. Like it's awful. That was the worst change they did as far as the gear, was making it so you use crests to upgrade PvP gear. Because PvP gear is useless to upgrade. So why are you going to use a useful currency on a useless upgrade? You'd be stupid. Like you're like the fact that you can even upgrade your PvP gear as an option is so stupid. I bet people fall for it. I bet you there's some people who look at the gear and they're like, oh, I need to upgrade it because I need stronger gear. And they legitimately think that's how the game works, right? Because if you weren't explained that it scales, you wouldn't know that. You literally wouldn't. You'd just be like, I need to upgrade my gear. And then you're wasting all that currency on this PvP gear that, number one, it's not helping you in PvP. And number two, that gear is still dog shit in PvE. So you're just wasting the currency thinking that your character is getting stronger when it's not. PvP gear clears low mythic keys pretty well. However, the PvE gear doesn't. Well, yeah, it's because they don't want the trinkets to be viable in PvP, right? Because a lot of the trinkets from PvE end up being stupid. Like they either summon something that one-shots you or they make you invincible. Most of the time, they're stupid. So they made the trinket set bonus on PvP trinkets to incentivize you to wear 2 PvP trinkets, because that set bonus will be way stronger than wearing a PvE item. But it also, if you don't have that set bonus, you're at a huge disadvantage. I would prefer PvP was gear didn't matter and you pick your stats. I would prefer that. But there are some people who like gearing up their character, though. Because Legion, they tried the templates and people were like, I don't like that I can't customize my character. And it's like, well, there's a way to do a customizable template. It's actually very easy. You just add a bunch of gear on the conquest vendors that's free, that scales up to a certain item level when you're in PvP. That's all you do. It's literally the same system as it is now, except the gear is free. And there you go. You have a templated game. Mind you, even that step is still going to be confusing for some people. Because PvEers don't have like a PvE gear vendor, right? Like PvEers, when they get gear, it's from a dungeon or a raid or their vault. So like for a main PvE player who's never PvP'd, the idea of a vendor selling your gear might not even make sense. We'll have all of the arena maps. I doubt it, bro. But if they can't fix the bug where you get knocked through the floor, you think they can fix the bug with whatever's going on with the doors opening, which is what I think it is? I doubt those maps ever come back into play. You know how many years it was that the brawl, there was a brawl, the Shadowpan Showdown? It's a really fun PvP brawl. And it bugged out where you literally couldn't queue for it. You know, it would show up on the weekly rotation. You'd try and queue it, and it would tell you that you can't queue for it. It was like that for 3.5 years. So I really doubt, like, anything that's like a minor PvP focused bug thing like that, I doubt it ever gets fixed. I would really doubt it. They have a vendor outside the bank for heroic and mythic level raid gear, and you can only buy it with tokens. He keeps saying it's useless. They're gonna make it. Well, that's how Shadowlands was, but then we complained about it because it was like your character felt so weak without all the upgrades, and then so they trivialized the upgrades for PvP in Dragonflight, but you could still upgrade it for PvE. So that way you could upgrade its item level and maybe be somewhat decent at an entry level for PvE, which was good. But it costs honor to upgrade the gear, which is a lot different than it costing crests. It's so stupid that it costs crests. I would like a 1v1 mode would be fun. Even if it's imbalanced, it'd still be fun. They keep adding like dueling areas to the map, but the thing is it's like the Brawlers Guild. Once, you know, maybe you go there once and then never go back. People are only incentivized by dopamine, so it either gives them a gear upgrade or a rating upgrade or a cosmetic. And if it's not one of those three things, that area is going to be a barren wasteland faster than anything. Target dummy trial mode. They tried to do that with the proving grounds. I think the issue is that a lot of people failed it, and so they just removed it so they didn't make people feel bad. You have to understand that designing the game for PvEers is just mitigating their insecurity. That's like you're designing the game to mitigate the majority of PvEers' insecurity. Don't make it too hard. If it's too hard, start to make it easier over time so they don't quit. You're just like, that's your barometer for determining like how difficult something needs to be or how many options and whatever. You're literally just designing around their insecurity. How can we not make them feel too bad about themselves so they don't quit? And that's like the line that you need to be designing around. Why don't they ask for ideas? I mean, I can't say I've ever been directly asked for an idea. I've given suggestions every now and then. The thing is I'm not always going to be right. I'm not going to pretend that I'm some grand poobah who's always right. So usually they do their like design decisions or feedback off of things that are, you know, trending. Like, oh, everybody's complaining about this, so this is obviously something we should put our attention on, right? But I mean, there's probably an infinite number of reasons, right? Not to want to consult. That would require me to make assumptions and psychoanalyze them. Oh, trust me, they're designing around the insecurities for PvP as well. I mean, if you don't think they're designing around the insecurities for PvEers, then all the design decisions in Midnight are literally that. The training grounds is because they don't want a PvEer to jump into PvP and be intimidated. That's an insecurity issue. The reason that they designed Plunderstorm so that you could just land and auto-attack mobs and get the gear or the rewards from it was because they were designing around PvE insecurity. Literally, like a significant portion of their design decisions are made off of having to consider PvE insecurity. Because if they don't, and something is too hard, then they all quit. They have to be like, You have to find the line for the majority of players. So like if you make everything super easy, everybody likes it initially because they're all getting the rewards, but they might get bored, or they get all the rewards and then there's nothing and it's boring because it's too easy. So like it's very, like, designing a game is very hard. You want to design something that's fun, but then you need to also consider the insecurity level of your players. Like, how likely are they to quit when failure is presented? If it's a very high likelihood that a lot of players quit when they fail, then you should make the failure rate really low. But then if the failure rate is too low, then people will quit because they're bored. So the way WoW does it is that they usually release content decently challenging, and then they nerf it over time so that everybody that's just been staying subscribed eventually can kill the content. Even if they're technically not getting, they're not actually getting better at the fight. They just lower the bar every few months. You are very insecure, but not in WoW. Wait, what? Am I using the definition of insecure right? I'm trying to say that, like, if you do something and fail, if you quit after failing one time, you're probably very insecure. Like but maybe that's not the right definition. Maybe that's not the right word. Swifty was getting more views. Well, I mean, probably because it's relatable. Like, you have to understand that a lot of people who watch Twitch are praying for the downfall of streamers. They hate streamers, which, to be fair, a large amount of streamers are absolute scum of the earth. But a lot of people literally just hate watch. They want to watch their downfall. So there's probably people who hate Swifty that are watching him on Uber Eats to try and be like, yeah, finally, he's got to get a real job. Fuck that guy. And that's literally what they're thinking while they're watching. So they're like, a bunch of people are going in like, oh my God, he finally failed. I need to watch him fail. But the other thing too is it's probably more relatable. There's probably a lot of people who do work like normie jobs. So like seeing somebody go from like a celebrity status or whatever to a normie job, they want to like see that because that's like, what the hell? That isn't, it's like a very large contrast. What are we testing? Enhance or what? We're on Shadow Priest right now. We're just in a queue. We'll have the arena maps and shuffle. I just said I don't think so. I would doubt it. Because number one, the mode is operational as it is. So given that, it's like, this is probably already low priority because the mode works with how it is. So if it ever does get fixed, it's going to be a low priority. Considering their UI is completely scuffed, they're trying to redesign all the classes from the floor up. They're about to release an expansion. I don't think they probably give a shit right now about making sure that Robodrome works in shuffle. Like, it's just too low of a priority. Like the amount of impact that has on the game and the player base is so small compared to everything else that's going on that there's no way it's going to get fixed now. Maybe if the game ever gets to a position where it's like, all right, everybody's happy. Raiders are happy. Dungeon players are happy. PvP players are happy. We've got everything perfect. Let's fix fucking Robodrome so it pops up in shuffle. Yeah, sure. I could see it. I could see that happening. I saw this thing that was a test on the mind, basically. Older video games required challenge and skill and repetition and critical thinking to beat puzzles and bosses. And games are in easy mode, cater to you and give you the handout and don't teach your brain whatsoever. So younger kids into newer games require that simplicity to keep them in it. Well, yeah, it's because that's your expectation, right? If your first video game is really easy and then you play something that's harder, it's going to make you feel bad. You're going to feel bad because you're going to be like, I felt like a winner before and now I feel like a loser. And feeling like a loser doesn't feel good. So it's probably better to give your kid a hard game so that if they get an easier game, they'll feel better about themselves. Like, don't start your kid on an easy game. Start them on a hard game. And then when they beat it, they feel really good if they do manage to. And then maybe get them an easy game. Imagine letting kids play games. My parents you want to know what video game my parents took away from me? There was only one video game they ever took away from me in my life. And it was on Super Nintendo. Can you guys guess what game it was? They took it away from me. No, it wasn't Mortal Kombat. Mortal Kombat was on Super Nintendo? No, it wasn't Mario. Sonic wasn't on Super Nintendo. I don't remember ever playing Mortal Kombat on SNES. You guys are not right. It wasn't Kirby. You guys are never going to guess what game it was. It made me, like, I literally raged as a little kid. I was screaming. I was, like, throwing temper tantrums. It was literally the most rage-inducing game. It was on Super Nintendo. And they had to take it away from me and hide it in the house because of what it turned me into. I think it was a pretty decently popular game, yeah. They literally took it and hid it from me. No, not N64. Super Nintendo, SNES. You guys are not even... Donkey Kong was pretty annoying, but it wasn't Donkey Kong. I was so proud that the kid that's hard to hold on an Xbox controller, and he did it. See, that's good parenting. It wasn't Lion King. Although Lion King definitely probably would have done it, but it wasn't Lion King. I think Lion King would have, but I never played that game. No, it wasn't a sports game. Earthworm Jim was fun. That game never made me mad. Earthworm Jim was fun. Mega Man was really hard, but it didn't make me do what this game did, though. It wasn't Mario. It wasn't sports. The hell is Toe Jam and Earl? What even is that? I don't know what Contra is. Definitely not Nintendogs. I actually can't believe no one's guessing it. Spyro wasn't on Super Nintendo. It was on SNES. It wasn't a sports game. It wasn't a Mario game. It wasn't a Metroid game. It wasn't a Zelda game. It wasn't Castlevania. My friend had that. It wasn't Aladdin. The only time I ever saw Aladdin was actually in college. My one friend like brought a Super Nintendo to the college and had it in the break room, and he would always be playing Aladdin in the break room. But it wasn't Aladdin. But Aladdin was really hard. It was Battletoads, but it was Battletoads Double Dragon. The Battletoads Double Dragon as a kid literally made me become like a little monster enough that they took the game away from me. And I don't even know where it is to this day. How many subs to play Battletoads? Can I play a simulator? Is there a sim of that? Dude, Battletoads is fucking disgusting. It has like no save points. So if you die, you literally go back to level 1. Like level 1 of the entire thing. And there's so much bullshit that like doesn't load on the screen. So like the bike levels, you have to jump over these obstacles, but they like don't load until they're right in front of your face. So you have to time your jump while it's lagging out, and then if you fail, you go literally right back to the beginning of the game. I didn't find out until an adult watching a YouTube video that there's literally cheat codes. You can like press certain button combinations and it just skips. So you could use it as like a save point, right? Like if you got to level 2, then you could press this code to get to level 2 again and start. But it was so hard. The game was so hard and so annoying because it didn't have save points. You can grind Solo Shuffle for 5 hours without raging. I mostly don't rage just because I don't know. I don't think it's actually better for my stream anymore. I do think that there was an era of streaming WoW PvP being a rager. It was actually monetizable, But I think now most people watching WoW are 34-year-old dads. So when they see a 34-year-old baby raging, they're like, this is pathetic. I don't want to watch this. I think the demographic of people watching has changed. Whereas back then, they were edgy, probably red-pilled 22-year-olds who were like super sweaty about the game and were like, yeah, I like this guy. He's talking shit. This guy's cool. Like back then, it was good to be the edgy, toxic guy. But I don't think it works. It can work. Maybe there's still enough people or weird 35-year-old dads that are into it or whatever, but I don't think it's as popular of a personality type to have right now. I think you're way better off being like uber family friendly, mother flower, like Zaryu level right now in the WoW section. I could see other games. That's too much, not Zaryu. Wait, why not Zaryu? Try Mike Tyson Punch Out. Oh, I played that at my bowling alley. They had an arcade for that. No one could beat it in my bowling alley. No one. No one could beat that. What streamer personality type is Peo? He's definitely, like, he likes memeing, but he is a bit more edgy. He's a bit more toxic edgy. He's definitely more toxic, edgy, memey. I feel like when he loses, he gets really salty sometimes. What the hell is a Gorf? NBA Jam was a very fun game, but that wasn't like rage-inducing. That game made you pog. When it said like, from downtown, he's on fire. And literally your character would go on fire and move faster. That was a good game. Yeah, the new meta is like over the top positivity, even if you're bullshitting it. I do think that there's more people on Twitch that want to watch over the top positivity at the moment. What are your thoughts on this? Do they have music? There's music on this. What did he say in the clip? I can't watch it. He has music. Wait, he thinks that being is the new meta? Well, that technically is the meta as long as you don't get permabanned. That's the other thing too, right? Like that is like the deep end of the edgy type, right? Like that's the far deep end of edgy that you can go, is that, right? And so there are people who will watch that. There are people who will be like, oh yeah, this guy knows, he's fucking real or whatever, right? And they'll give money too to you when you're like that. You become like a yes man to them. That exists, but that kind of got phased out, right? It started with them banning you for that type of stuff, and then they've slowly been moving it too. So like being edgy, I don't think it's really good in terms of your brand, but also you run the risk of getting banned. I could see why he's saying that, and it's because they've made it taboo. And what happens when you make something taboo? Every human wants it. And it doesn't matter. It could be the most fucked up thing ever. It doesn't matter, right? As soon as you tell people that you can't have this, everybody wants it. So when all these platforms start saying like, you can't do that, you can't be racist, you can't be sexist, there are people that are now just like, they want it, even if it's screwed up, just because you made it taboo. But then the opposite end of that would be then, well, then you should just let anyone say anything, and then people will just get bored of it, right? Like, oh, it's just, this guy's annoying. Like, he just keeps saying the stupid racist stuff, whatever, right? You would think it gets boring. But then you have Twitter, which is basically doing that now. You just do whatever you want on Twitter now. But I don't feel like it's stopping. I feel like it is picking up, right? Like, you go on Twitter, and it's like, you're seeing more of it, not less. But maybe that's like a pent-up thing. Maybe it will go away. And it's like a pent-up thing from people being told that they're not allowed to do that, interact with it because it's taboo. Maybe it does. Maybe people eventually get bored of it and it goes away. I don't know. I mean, why is it making fun of VTubers? That's what I don't understand. Because some people spend a lot of time on their model. That would be like saying that like someone who's ugly shouldn't be a big streamer because they didn't work as hard on their appearance. I just don't like that logic doesn't make sense to me. He's a pea tuber, a peanut tuber. I mean, some people VTube because they don't like. Let's be real here. There's a lot of gooners on Twitch. So like, especially for girl content creators, they VTube because they don't want weirdos literally jerking it. They'd rather put an image of some fake anime character and no one knows what they look like. And also like the risk of like your identity is now public and people might be able to find you. So there are security benefits to being a VTuber. Even if you're not a girl, there's security benefits to being a VTuber. Like no one knows who Peanut Tuber is, right? Unless he's shown his face. So like if he ever does something super controversial, it's not going to ruin his life. He can just go get a job. Like no one's going to know who he is. But if you have your actual face and name and you do something really fucked up and stupid, it could have really bad implications. And also, it could have people coming after you, right? Like, I think Asmongold was involved in some controversy, and then some people were threatening to go to his house. It could literally have implications towards you directly, like life or death implications, your employment implications. So, like, I don't blame people. I think they're smart. If you can succeed as a VTuber and be relatable, I think it's smarter to have a no-face YouTube channel than a face YouTube channel. You don't want people to know who you are. You don't want to be famous. You just want money that can come from these platforms. The fame is not worth it unless you're a narcissist. Fame is not worth it. Unless you want to be like Amaranth and people break in your house. Like it's not worth it. And you better believe that once you get that big, the thing is eventually you're going to say something that people disagree with, whether it's something like really big or even small. And because you're so big and popular, they're going to get so mad about it. And they're real big, like, because you're so many people can see you, one of them is going to be psychopathic enough to do something. Several streamers are view botting. I think view botting is definitely a lot more prevalent than in the past. I'm not going to accuse somebody of it because I can't prove it, but I definitely think it is more prevalent. Anonymity is probably on the low end. I mean, there's other reasons, right? That like maybe you don't like the way you look. Maybe you think you look ugly and you're insecure, right? Like I didn't want to go on camera when I was 300 pounds. I would like send a picture of myself that was like 2 years old where I wasn't 300 pounds for people to use instead of my camera. Some people, it's just they don't want to be on camera. Some people also just get nervous public speaking, being on camera. So it's like training wheels so they can at least stream, right? They might have some fear of being seen on the internet. So I can put up a VTuber image and it lets me be able to stream, right? I don't think it's bad that it exists. Obviously, there are other people who are doing it for weird reasons, right? Because it's like a sexual fetish or whatever, depending on what the image is that they're using. There are certain, I'm sure that that's something that some of them consider. Maybe not all of them, but definitely some of them. Why name Peekaboo to become a VTuber? Why does it matter if you named Peekaboo to become a VTuber? Lontar didn't have a camera? Yeah. I mean, it's also a lot. It's very draining. I mean, do you think it's nice for me to like sit here and have to deal with this whole like, oh my God, he never blinks like 24/7? Like, or if I just download a VTuber that's whatever, you know, super charismatic visually and just what, like, it's probably better. I think it honestly depends. Like if you have a very like relatable voice, like I think Mez gets away with no cam. Mez gets away with no cam because he's got a really good personality and a really good voice for it. So like you can kind of like get a lot of inflection from just his voice. One super VTuber stream would be hilarious. I think I tried to do it one time, actually. There was like this little... It was like... I can't remember what the app was called. I think I did it. I did try and do it one time. Well, yeah, I mean, it's no different than if you wanted to make yourself a character in a TV show, right? And maybe you want to be some different character. You don't want to be you. You want to be a different character. A lot of streamers are characters. They're not, like, even if they look like it's them, like, oh, it's me, this is me. It's not them when you meet them. It's a mask. Like, even though they don't have a VTuber mask covering them, it's still, they have a mask. So it depends on what game you're playing, right? Some people try to be super polite and agreeable and get along with everybody. Other people are like Findom streamers where they literally tell their viewers they're pathetic, and that works for them for what they're doing. So it depends on what you're trying to do. I think there's one size fits all. Tell that feral to kite the warrior more. I love how I'm basically just sitting here leeching off of their duels for content in the queue while reading chat. What was the overall takeaway? Survival's really easy. It's strong, but it's really easy. I don't think I would want to main it. I think if you like playing survival casually, it'll be a lot of fun. If you liked all the little nuances of it, though, from the War Within, you're probably going to be upset. Do you have a leg day? No, I haven't been able to go to the gym. My foot's injured. I'm hoping it's going to be good tomorrow because I'm running out of protein. I'm going to have to do some weird shit to get my protein cap tomorrow if my foot isn't healed and I can't go outside. Wait, what was that? We just get a rap god? Mud bucket, thank you. See, whenever I hear that audio, I don't know if it's a donation or if it's someone following the stream. I stream for me because I see... What does CX mean? I mean, I think it's good if you're streaming not for money, because you're not going to make... the chances that you make money streaming are already pretty low. And if you're streaming with the only intention of making money, it's probably not going to happen, because you're going to give up, because it's going to take a long time before you start making money. And, yeah, you'll give up if that's the only reason you're doing it. I haven't played retail since Legion. Midnight bringing me back. Shadow looks sick. Can't wait for my anathema. You're gonna transmog your anathema? Anathema? What are the complex specs? Warlock, I think, is still the most complex spec. Boom can honestly retain most of what it has. What else? Hunter is dumbed down easy, just all the specs. What is this? Egyptian rap track. Oh my god, open. Open! Where'd it go? I opened the window and it didn't... Oh, there we go.
Mortals, I present a lucrative opportunity for those who prove themselves worthy of the task.
I have no idea what this is gonna sound like.
Many in the cartel.
Can you guys hear it?
On who are the greatest combatants. Care to influence the outcome? Do not let the cartel down. We expect a return.
Alright, here we go. Shadow Priest in a one-on-one. Where the frick is my replay? Oh my god, dude, it didn't replay. Oh wait, turn that off. Alright, here we go. I'm popping void tendies and your life is ending. I'm like Yugi to the Shadow Realm, reality bending. You're trying to make a move, but I'm feeling so splendid. Doing all my moves, bro. Yeah, I've been ended. Got a silence and defiance. Void torrent. Damage so high, you say that it's abhorrent. Damage coming through, and that's a moral torrent. I think I rhymed torrent with torrent, but I don't give a shit, bro. Shadow or pain and shadow or death. void tentacles straight on your chest. Mind Flayer coming through, but I ain't weak like Vecna. Where you trying to get me, bro? Respect ya. Another Tendy coming in. That's a 4 nugget combo and you die. I'd like to say I had to try. It sounds like old school RuneScape music. You know how many people tell me that my music sounds like Nintendo music or whatever? It's probably because I spent a significant amount of my life playing those games, listening to the music, so it's like ingrained into my fingers. I'm all about my content, really. I stream midnight. I mean, the thing with streaming is there's no discoverability, so you have to stream with the intention of doing things that are like provocative, that you can clip, that you can link around, that other people will want to link to their friends. You know what I mean? You need to link something that's reaction worthy. Create content that's reaction worthy. I do like funk music, yeah. Like, your goal to become a streamer is the end game process after you've already made yourself relevant. And you make yourself relevant through content that works while you sleep. So YouTube videos, YouTube shorts. You want stuff that's working for you while you sleep, because you can't stream 24/7. It's not even good to do it. Not until you're big or like decently sized, so you can at least monetize it when you're doing it. Doing it for 24 hours and not being able to, you know, pay any bills with it is going to be pretty painful. But you also need to understand that there's ad cycles on Twitch. So like certain months you'll make less money. January is the month you make the least amount of money. So if you're going into this and like you just quit your job to become a streamer and you're starting in January, that's a really stupid strategy. Like, even if you're decently sized already, because you're going to make less money in January. January is honestly the month where you want to get banned for controversy. It's the month where you want to take a vacation. Because the other thing too to consider is that if you're always available, eventually people get bored of you. They get numb of you. You have to like periodically disappear, you know, for people to remember, like, oh, I missed that guy. I value that guy. You have to disappear. So January is honestly the ideal time to disappear because you make the least amount of money regardless. January is not the month where you want to go 12 hours a day every day and you're not going to make any money. But also you want to build the habit too, right? Like, people, consistency is a big issue for some people. He quit his job before his first child's birth to become a streamer. It's been 4 years. He still doesn't work, and how is he getting money? What am I going to do in January to get banned? The issue with me is that I also have like other, it's not just Twitch, right? If I didn't have to care about doing tournaments for other IPs, that like Twitch just unbans you for anything, but like a lot of these other companies will completely disassociate with you for life if there's any sort of like significant public controversy. So for me, it's not really the best strategy. It would become the best strategy if suddenly there was no tournaments or whatever to be a part of, and now I don't have to care, and that's not where like the incentive is for it. I mean, I don't really want to have to resort to those tactics, but it's also very annoying to be observant of people utilizing those tactics and getting so much success out of it. It's like the meme where of the guy who's like crying because he's like, I show up to my 9 to 5 and I barely make ends meet, and all these drug dealers and porn stars are buying their 5th house, right? Like, you're just like, what is this? Maybe he doesn't even take care of the kid? What? How convenient, Swifty. I don't think Swifty did that intentionally. I really don't think he did that intentionally. Wait, why Why do you just block insta? Oh, because we have a DK. I don't know what my feather bind is on. Oh, I just did. Where's my feather? He bought me my epic mount like 20 years ago. I mean, nobody's 100% perfect. There's no one that's 100% perfect. I do think that like part of his stream is also a character. Like
That item is still
nobody is 100% wholesome. It just doesn't exist. I bet even if you met what was that kids show guy that had like a Welcome to the Neighborhood, and he had like toy trains or whatever. And he had like a bunch of puppets. What the hell is his show called? I bet even Mr. Rogers, like, he had his moments. Nobody is perfect. And then you got the guys that are full acting, right? Like Pee Wee Herman. You got those ones. Wait, Mr. Rogers was an ex-Marine? The thing is you can like spoof history so hard now. Nothing is even real. You can just rewrite reality online. And then you can use AI as video evidence. Like literally nothing is real. Nothing matters anymore. Did you do something terrible? No. Just AI rewrite it. New video, new voice line. You didn't say what you said. I mean, look what's going on with Stranger Things. They're literally like post-editing plot holes out of the thing while the show is live. What? We're not in reality anymore. It's an urban myth. How are you supposed to not overlap defensives? Yeah, 200 IQ. I mean, you could say, like, at the start of a game, you could be like, I'll use my cooldowns first, or something. There's probably ways of doing it. Why are you guys talking about abortion? What's going on in my chat? That's why it's... Wait, what? What happened to Bernstein Bears? What are you talking about? How long until a week or overlay is out that people start using? You mean like Discord or whatever? We're not in reality. I don't think we are anymore. We have the Mandela effect. We're in La La Land. Midnight feels like a big patch. They definitely need to do a lot more on marketing the story, I think. Well, I mean, they're what they're trying to do is they're trying to get new players or trying to get classic players. That's what they're trying to do. Blizzard is taking the gamble that their most competitive and dedicated players are going to stay, and that because these changes don't benefit them, right? Like the people who play the game right now don't want the add-ons removed, at least in PvE. They don't want the add-ons removed. They don't want their classes simplified. They don't want that for the most part. This expansion is 100% catered to new or possibly classic players, which would also be new. And I don't know if it's going to work, but that is the intent of it from my observations. I know they're releasing it at the same time as TBC. I also agree, but maybe they're expecting people to get bored of TBC and then they can, like, you know, transition them into retail. Maybe that's the thought process. They release them at the same time, and then when people get bored of retail, they can switch to TBC, and when people get bored of TBC, they can switch to retail. Would I agree about what? They slowed the game down so much that they should make CC longer again? Not really. I mean, that just makes the game like MOP then. Do you feel like it's a different game? It feels more like the War Within these past 2 days. Like, it's... I don't know how it's changed if they haven't made any changes to the game, but... these past 2 days, the game has felt more like I'm playing the War Within. But there's less CC, I guess. Technically, there's less one-shots, but some classes are really imbalanced, though. How's Aflock? I think it's okay. Not the best, not the worst. Yeah, maybe people are getting better at the game, and that's why it feels faster. I think it's possible. You ate some gas station sushi, and now I'm playing Worm Within. You got worms from the sushi, bro? I hate raiding with weak auras. I wish the game was not just a giant spaceship UI that people have created. I don't like it personally. But there are people who just want it to be like that because it's just how they've gotten used to playing the game, right? And also, they're older. They're boomers. They don't like change. That's where I wonder if there will be any serious consequences to what they're doing. Like if any of these raiders will end up quitting, because if your baseline UI completely changes, like, can you adapt to that, or is it going to be too hard to adapt to? No, they're not removing add-ons for Classic. They're keeping Classic as it is, as far as I know. I mean, unless there ends up being like some mass request, I guess, from Classic players to do it. Setup comps are going to be trash. I feel like RMP is probably an insanely good comp right now. What setup comp do you think is going to be trash that isn't already trash? Do overload. Think of it, 53 months. Worms? Are you talking about Worms Armageddon? What are you talking about, Worms? Worms Armageddon was a fire game. If Blizzard does end up removing all add-ons from retail, I might actually quit retail. See, that's what I'm wondering. Is like, what's going to happen? Yeah, Armageddon Worms is a really fun game. Is PvP the same? I don't think people are getting globaled. Retail is slowly dying out. I mean, technically, it has been for a long time. Just like every game that's this old. This, like, what does he want? I don't understand. MMORPGs are dying out. It's not even just WoW. It's every MMORPG. Do you think WoW ever goes free to play? I mean, maybe eventually. Like my predictions on like worst case scenario is that it's like 10 years where they're like starting to do some serious things that are bad, right? Like financially, they're doing bad financially. It's probably like 10 years at least. They're so good at like abusing FOMO for cosmetics and all these temporary game modes and the different versions of the game with hype to bring people back. Like, I don't think they're going to start hurting for at least 10 years. And that's not counting if they have another Legion. I think if they have another Legion expansion, then you might be able to extend that by a lot more. That's assuming that like they don't take any risks. The expansions feel the same, more or less, so people are getting more fatigued to them. It probably like 10 years. Yeah, the German thing is really huge. This is what I mean by the game is dead. Is it's like New World where they say they're turning the servers off. That's a dead game. Having little less subs or whatever is not a dead game. I think people just like to hate on retail also. I mean, people have been saying it's a dead game for its entire lifespan. Yeah, millions of player, dead game. Just because they personally don't enjoy it, it's a dead game. You know, the funniest part too is that like they could directly cater the game to those people and they'd still say it's a dead game and not play it. Well, what I don't understand with Soda Poppin is if he doesn't like retail or doesn't like PvP, why is he going to host a $14 million PvP tournament or something for TBC when the best player in the game tells him that that tournament will be bullshit? What? Like, literally, you asked the best player in TBC about running a dueling tournament, and he tells you the dueling tournament will be dog shit, and you're still going to do it. Like, but you won't do an event for retail PvP. Like, what the hell, bro? It's so weird to me. If you try to queue Arena on Horde on Mop at 3 a.m., it's a dead game. If you try and do PvP, yeah. I'm sure PvE probably higher participation, though. I swear that those guys can just never say anything good about retail because all of their followers are just 35-year-olds that feel like the game owes them something and they hate it. I legitimately think that like Soda Pop and Asmongold will never be able to say anything positive about retail, or they will always get backlash, even if they actually like it, which I don't think they do right now. But if they ever did end up liking it, because the thing is I feel like they're listening to their feedback. The removal of the add-ons, making the classes easier. They incorporated professions more. They're more relevant than ever. Like, they're trying to increase the onboarding experience for new players. They're really doing everything they're asking for, and they're still hating on the game. It's like, you're never going to satisfy them. They're never going to be happy. Also, I kind of feel like your opinion between classic and retail is invalidated if you do like two of these things. If you buy gold, because that is against the spirit of classic WoW, like 10,000%. Buying gold, like the argument that like retail is tainted because of the WoW token. So if you buy gold from a third party in classic, your opinion between retail and classic, in my view, is invalidated. And Soda Poppin got banned for that. He bought gold on classic. So like if you're die hard on like classic is the way it should be and like WoW token ruined the game and all this other stuff for retail, and you buy gold on classic, your opinion between the games should be invalidated because you've just gone against like a core testament of what your belief system should involve. I don't know if he wanted to 1v1, but I should probably just let him 1v1. I don't know if it was during OnlyFans, but he definitely got like, it was like a temporary suspension or whatever for buying gold. I also somewhat think that your opinion between the games should be invalidated if when Classic came out, all you did was AoE min-max sweat tryhard dungeon farm. I think your opinion should be invalidated because that's kind of how retail is played. You basically played Classic like retail and are telling me that it's better than retail, but you played it like it's retail. You just sat in one dungeon AoE farming Sweatfest. So like your opinion is kind of invalidated when you say that this game version is better. Now, if you're somebody, you quested in the world, you did some world PvP, you met friends along the way, you built up your guild, there, you can have a valid opinion about Classic to retail. Because that experience is a lot different on Classic than retail. But if you play Classic like it's retail, you buy gold, you sweat min-max, and do AoE boosts and shit, like, you're just playing retail with different graphics. Only people with Mallet of Zul'Farrak can talk. I don't even remember how to get that. Like, I think it was a quest drop in ZF and then you had to go somewhere else. Or maybe it was outside ZF. No more yapping, old man. Rekatron, it's my job to yap, okay? Well, the old graphics are more nostalgic. That's why you would think they're better. Mind you, I think, like, I remember when they changed the models in Warlords of Draenor, I think it was. Everyone was like, oh, the old models were better. And it's because you have a personal attachment to them. Because when you put them side by side, if you had no bias and no experience playing the game, I don't think you would say the old models are better. Like, you'd have to take someone who's never played WoW before, compare the old models to the retail models, and ask them what they think. Because you're going to be so biased. Rules for thee, but not for me. The never-ending rivalry. Well, it would be fine if it was in, like, what it should be is we should be taking the good things about Classic and incorporating them into the modern game. And over time of, like, picking out what was it exactly that was actually good about this expansion, right? Because some stuff's not. Like, for example, costing a shit ton of gold to change your talent points, that is a dog shit system. They tried to put that in BFA because they were like, hey, back in Classic, you couldn't change your talents. You were locked in. So that must be why they liked it. So let's do that in BFA. No, that wasn't it. That was not one of the things, right? Like, there are obviously some things that are not it, and there are some things that are it. And I think there are some things that as a game designer, you can't even do anything about. You can't. Like, trying to make WoW feel like it did back then, like a community, like it was like you're on Facebook almost together. Like, I don't know how you do that, because the things that caused you to do that, you removed because people complained about, like group quests, right? Back in Classic, you had to group sometimes with people, right? But then on retail, because the game had been going on for so long, eventually your players are stretched out and there's not enough people in your level bracket to do that quest with. So now you just can't do it. And that feels really bad. So they removed the elite mobs so you could solo that quest. I mean, there are some reasons. Some of the changes are due to monetization. Some of the reasons are due to just like gameplay demands. Some of the reasons that they've made the changes are both. It's not all or nothing. Not every decision is made for better, like more predatory monetization practices. A lot of this stuff, they weren't even selling mounts when they made a lot of these changes. It was adapting to the game. Like, by the time we got to Kata and End of Wrath of Lich King, most of the core players, leveling was very boring for them because you didn't get any abilities. You were just auto-attacking for like 30 levels. So like leveling in alt was like painful. That's why they added more abilities at low level. But maybe that change wasn't good for new people, because obviously people are playing Classic and they're new right now. Classic's a way better experience as a new person, because most of the time it's just auto-attacking. You get more time to like look at things and read things. Whereas if you're playing the game for a while, yeah, you want 5 buttons to press because it's boring just sitting there auto-attacking. Well, yeah, see, things like that. Was it fun to have to drink after every mob that you attacked? They deemed it wasn't fun. Almost every modern game doesn't have like drinking as a mechanic. I can't think of a single one. Well, the reason you don't see people flying around the world, you do. I see people flying around the world. If I go on retail right now and I go in a zone and I go fly around, I'll see people. But it's also just because people moved on past that content. If you open a Classic server and let it run for 5 months, 90% of the world is empty. It'll just be people in Orgrimmar and people going to the raid and maybe a couple of professions and gold farming people, and then that's fucking it. Because after 5 months, no one's level 1 anymore.
Friends, we gather today to see which of these bandits.
Like, retail is empty because they moved past the content. The only way to make it relevant is to add more rewards back to that content. But then people are like, well, I just did that zone. Well, I don't want to do it anymore.
Only the last one standing will have earned that honor.
Well, yeah, hardcore, because you die and you have to go back to the beginning zone. So the whole game is full. But you'll never actually do any end game content. So if you want like an end game experience, you're almost never going to get it in hardcore. Like, the majority of players will never get it.
This is a night for culturers.
I don't think I think if I honestly think that if you're going in the most modern zones for the expansion, the new zones for that expansion, there are people in them. You will find people in those zones. Where you will struggle to find people though is in the older ones. And honestly, the player housing has gotten people going back to those older zones because they put a bunch of vendors. And because you can only buy a limited amount of items and then you have to go back and buy more, it means that people will fly to those zones. But it's like, what are you really doing, right? Like you're forcing them to fly there because they have to buy something. And it's like, is that good or is that bad? I don't know. But they have made changes that are trying to make the world have more people in it, right? Yeah, the bloody token system keeps people in them all expansion. The World PvP experience is really good on retail. I think World PvP on retail, since Dragonflight, infinitely better than Classic. I think it's really good. But you'll only see World PvP in the new zones. And that's just because there's no PvP quests in the old ones that give you bloody tokens. You found the end game boring. So if you find end game boring and you only care about leveling, you're probably not going to like retail, right? Because the leveling, like, I mean, they could give you an option. Maybe they should. Maybe there should be an option when you make a character, and they call it like turtle mode, where you level like 10 times slower. So you can like see every zone while you're leveling, and you get an achievement for it. Maybe. Like you could do that. I don't know how many people would actually use it. But if you're someone who likes leveling, how hard would it be to make a mode that when you make a character, your experience rate is reduced dramatically? I personally don't think a lot of people would use it, but maybe they would. Well, I don't think that's completely true. Nostalgia is definitely a big driving factor to Classic's success. If you released Classic WoW as like a new game that no one had ever played before, it would be completely dead. No one would play it because it's too slow. But the people play it because they expect that. But if you released a new game, it was reskinned, and it was that slow, there's no way. I don't see a modern day release like that ever being successful. But I do think there are things in Classic that are good that you should try to take out of it to improve retail, which that's kind of what they've been trying to do. A lot of the stuff that they've implemented on retail has been from older expansions. They had to force level caps to slow people down, and it was still too fast. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, everybody says they like leveling, but then everybody tries to rush through it as fast as possible. So do you really like it? Well, you can do chromie time, and you can level in the classic expansions if you want, can't you? I think maybe not on your first character. You have to choose Cataclysm. Wait, why do they start you in Cataclysm? Retail PvP will be a mess. I don't think so. I think that they get too much data nowadays. I think that they have a good team there that as long as it's their priority to tune the game, that they do a good job. I don't think season 1 will be that much of a shit show for like rated PvP. I'm more worried about UI shit shows and maybe like servers crashing, because that like every single patch in the War Within, the game is literally dying. Like it's crashing. You can't get on. There's some sort of currency bug, or it's too hard to get a currency, or it's too easy to get a currency. Like, there hasn't been a good track record for stuff like that. But as far as like class tuning, when it's their priority to tune the game, it's definitely good. Right now on retail, I don't think it's their priority. They're more worried about Midnight, so it's a shit show with Marksman, Hunter, and Destro. But as long as they're tuning Midnight with a priority, then I think it'll be fine. If they don't, then maybe it does end up being a shit show. I can tell you in original vanilla WoW, I just loved the experience of the game. But I'm a different person and a different brain now. I'm not seeking like comfort from classic to feel like I was when I was 15. So like when I level in it, I just see quests I've already done, and I'm sitting and drinking for a long time, and I'm on a really long flight path. But if you're playing it for comfort and like the immersion of that comfort, then obviously it's gonna be valuable to you. But you can't distill that from classic and put it into retail. How do you do that? I mean, they're even trying to do that. We're going back to Silver Moon and we're going back to Zul'Aman. Like they're legitimately trying to get that nostalgia capture effect by going back to those old zones. And like I said, I think Classic WoW is bringing a lot of new people. And I think Classic WoW is a better game for new players. I don't think retail is the better game when it comes to new players. And the reason Classic is better is just because it's so slow and it's so simple. And that's really good. But it's really bad for the current player base. It's really bad. So I think Classic existing as it is, and you go through it and you experience it, and eventually you're going to get bored, and now retail's there. You can switch to retail. And hopefully the transition isn't going to be as jarring as if you started on retail. But for sure, retail's like onboarding experience sucks. Whether it's community oriented, whether it's skill development, whether it's like storyline, you know, like the continuity of the storyline, it's all dog shit on retail. That element, like that criticism towards retail, I think is fair. And I think they're aware of that. That's why they're trying to add the new player experience. They're trying to add the training grounds. I don't know how good those things are going to end up being, right? Because those things, like, just put it, like, saying that you want to put it in the game and is one thing, but actually having it do what you want it to do is a completely different thing. I mean, maybe they should have an NPC you can talk to that turns the world back into Classic WoW or whatever. So if you want to go visit those zones in retail, you can. Maybe you could add like housing decor and quests for, you know, Chromie time, and we rewind Deathwing's Cataclysm and you can go back to all those old cities and stuff. So that's the hard part with the story, right? It's the same thing with Stranger Things, right? Like, do they kill off some of the main characters? Because if they do, then people might not come back for the next series or whatever it is that they do, because that character is why they came back. But then if you never kill off any of the characters, there's no stakes. So it's the same thing with the zones. And WoW is the same problem. If they kill off Illidan, or they kill off Sylvanas, or they kill off whoever, like, now you have to build another character. I mean, vanilla WoW doesn't even have story. Vanilla WoW is like a bunch of really, like, vanilla WoW's story is honestly about Onyxia and like, and the Defias Brotherhood and like, and Deadmines and like a whole bunch of other like very small stuff. But yeah, it came from Warcraft 3. Whether or not WoW 2 wouldn't be worth the investment, I don't know. I think WoW 2 would make a ton of money, but it would be just like every other 2 version of a game. It's a complete flop after its release. Like Diablo 4 made them more money than ever, bro. But now no one's playing it. So like WoW 2 would be the same thing. It would make them the most money ever, and then no one would be playing it. I think Ashes of Creation is going to go the same route. Ashes of Creation makes them a bunch of money up front, and then no one's going to be playing it. Well, yeah, they literally designed. They realized that classic WoW was just attacking mobs, and they thought that would be too boring. So they invented quests as a way to make it more immersive than just randomly attacking monsters. Because a lot of games at that time, when they were RPGs, was just randomly attacking monsters. Final Fantasy, just run around, random encounters. RuneScape is just random fighting. Like, most games were just random fighting. They designed quests to make that random fighting more immersive. But yeah, vanilla WoW doesn't have like a campaign at all. Whereas this is like this would be a fair criticism between retail and between classic. Classic is like an open-ended, you just make your story, right? You're some random adventurer making your story. Whereas retail is you're the hero on the train tracks following this plot. And what's a better experience? I don't know. That's a subjective decision, right? That's a subjective game design decision. Some people will like the tracks and the characters. Some people will prefer the open-ended, you're just a random adventurer. So there's no way to appeal to everyone. You can't appeal to everyone. Because like I played the Star Wars MMORPG, and I thought its storytelling was really good. Its leveling and storytelling was really good. You had like cinematics for everything. I swear that was like the best MMORPG experience for leveling I've ever had. Was the Star Wars one? I can't remember what it was called. That came out like probably 10 years ago now or something. But like I said, like you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. Yeah, Knights of the Old Republic, is that what it was? That was the best leveling immersive experience I've had. But I don't think that one was you're a random adventurer going around. You know, like in Classic, you literally can go anywhere you want. You want to go to the zone that's 5 levels ahead of you? Go ahead and try. Whereas retail will never, you will only be in a zone that's the appropriate level difficulty for you. But I do think that retail's storytelling is a mess. I think they had too many chefs in the kitchen that wanted to have their imprint on the game. And so they, retconned shit to fit the way that they wanted it to fit. They wanted their legacy and their mark on the game. And there's been too many chefs in the kitchen. So there's too many knots and holes and shit that doesn't make sense. And that's my opinion. It was better when it was just one person, had one vision, and back with like TBC to Wrath, right? With the storytelling. But now that there's been other chefs in there, and it just seems like it's all over. It's all over the place. Hotted still streams. You can still watch Hotted stream. He still streams. But yeah, the SWOTAR campaigns, that was the best leveling experience I've had of any game. Was the SWOTAR campaigns. And I really liked, like, you could pick like Sith or Light or Evil or whatever also while you were playing. I thought that was really cool. I swear SWOTAR, like, if SWOTAR had better combat, a little bit better movement physics, and had rated endgame content like Mythic Plus and Arenas on release, and they didn't try and do 4v4. They just did rated BGs and they just did 3v3s instead of trying to be different. I think it could have been a decent competitor. I really do. Because its onboarding experience was way better than WoW ever was. I don't think any version of WoW had a better leveling, immersive experience than SWOTAR. SWOTAR by far is the best. But the thing is, that's temporary. You eventually level through it, and then what else does your game offer? That's why retail WoW has catered more to the end game, because the end game is repeatable. Which means they're going to play that more than anything else, right? You level through the zones and then you're done. Even if it takes you 100 hours, if there's end game, you're going to spend thousands of hours in the end game for 100 hours of leveling. So it's like, where should you weight your time and your effort? Do you put it all on the leveling with no end game? Well, then people are going to get bored and they're going to quit after they finish leveling because you don't have enough content. But then if you put too much on the leveling and not enough on the end game, the opposite happens. The agent campaign was Chef's Kiss. And seasons, exactly. You have seasons that refresh the end game. Like, to me, I feel like retail did what it needed to do to survive. I think that if they had kept to their guns of classic, that it would have just melted away to nothing. I swear. Because even classic comes in waves. You know? It comes in waves and it goes in waves. I don't think a lot of those design decisions would fly. Like, some people think like 40-player raids should come back. There's no way a bunch of 35-year-old dads are going to have the time to organize 40 motherfuckers. What? How? I've had too much caffeine? Bro, I don't drink caffeine. And I don't think the Zoomers care about making 40-player raids either. I think it's a bunch of people who want to feel like a kid again, who think that that was a good system. It was for its time. I'm sure it was really epic. It was really legendary for its time. But there's no way that people want to, like, people's brains are completely cooked with expectations. There's no way they tolerate 40-player raid construction in a modern game. Well, yeah, you would literally, I mean, you had to assign people to heal different groups and dispel different targets, because like, there'd be like 30 curses that go out. And you had to remove all of them in a very small amount of time. Oh god. Yeah, but by the time you got to 40-player raids, there wasn't even anyone left playing SOD. The most amount of people playing SOD was in the first patch with a 10-player raid. The second patch probably had 50% less. The next one is 50% less. The next one is 50% less. Like, by the end of SOD, I guarantee they probably had less than 5% of their starting player base. Ironically, when the content was the coolest. It was a new raid, you know, with the Scarlet Monastery and tier 6 reskins and all the new spells you got. When the game was the most epic, it had the least amount of players. Like, what? That's Blizzard's fault, though? How so? What did Blizzard do wrong? Do you think that they should have just released the entire experience? I mean, they know that you're just going to quit. That's the problem. So it's, again, it's about them figuring out, like, what is the time span before players quit? It's the same reason why they release Stranger Things over 3 months. Because they know if they release it in 1 month, you'll watch the whole thing and unsubscribe. They literally can't, because your brain, like, they have to design games that way now because the player base's brains are so cooked. They'll just instantly consume all the content and then they'll quit. Arcane Mage one-shot is insane, dude. It's not money over quality. They just didn't know the ideal release cadence. Balancing it between, like, when are people getting bored? We need to release it. When are people getting bored? We need to release it. They'd never done something like that before. They probably didn't know. They're just guessing. Like, okay, level 25 raid should be out for 2 months. That makes sense, right? I don't fucking know. We've never done this.
I cannot use.
Our Arcane Mage is just disgustingly good. What? I think that's Fear DR on the Evoker right now. Not 100% sure. This DK instant kicks. Like, you can't even get a millisecond of a global off. Yeah, Soda Pop and bought gold. So, again, like, I feel like if you buy gold or you sweat min-max in Classic and you play it like retail where you just farm one dungeon for 100 hours to level as fast as possible, like, your opinions should be invalidated because you're just playing retail with a Classic skin. You like the retail features. You just like the Classic shell. Or you like abusing them, but other people can't. So, like, you get all the free gold and don't have to go farm. And you can pretend that they're all peasants and they farm and you don't, and that makes you feel good.
I need to target something first.
You have to remember a lot of these guys that are like Classic was better, like, they're huge streamers. Whenever they play a new game, their stream automatically boosts them through everything. They literally don't have to do anything in any of these games. And yet they claim to have like a valid opinion on the experience of the game when they experience it like nobody else does. What's up, PS? And most of these guys criticizing games, like, they baby rage quit after the first death because they get boosted through everything throughout their entire, you know, adult life as a streamer. They have no actual representation of it. They're just talking out their ass. Jungle Spice, thank you for subscribing. Go.
Do not.
I immune my fear. I still slapped him. I can't stand that. Do it like everyone else and farm it. But that's not what they want. They just like, they like those older games because they can get a massive, like, they complain about the sweats on retail with skill, but they like Classic because they get this massive gold advantage. So they can go into a raid and just buy every item that they want. Like, they like that. They're not good enough to have the skill advantage that retail has. So they like Classic because they get the gold advantage so they can feel superior without actually being good. It was funny. Showbeck said that too when he tried Guild Wars 2 for the first time. Someone tried to give him the ultra rare weapon. It would be the equivalent of getting Thunder Fury at level 1 and he didn't want to play anymore. Yeah. Asmongold tried to play RuneScape like 5 years ago and literally everyone just bombarded him and gave him everything in the game, and I've never seen someone quit so fast. But hey, those old school games, bro, before the woke devs, those games were the best. The peak games. They were at their time, to be fair. But they don't come without some big flaws that if you tried to release a modern game with those pretenses would completely fail. What is that, a YouTube video of, Karma? What is that? Swifty got unbanned already, bro. You tried every class and you can't figure out what to main? What content do you want to do? What skill level do you want to be playing at? What are your friends gonna play? What gives you the most pug ability if you don't have friends? What made hyped about RuneScape back in the day as a child is when some guy killed an entire town with a bug. Yeah, those moments are iconic from Classic too, right? You had the Plague, I think, from the Wrath of Lich King event, or maybe it was no, it was from the ZG raid.
Party mode has been unlocked.
Danny Cabello,
Spam
thank you for the 6 months.
Your memes for free to accelerate.
We're in hype mode, guys. We're not even in a game, bro. We need hype mode up these duels. All right, we're hype emoting. Look at these frost mages. Look at these frost mages, bro. Just slapping each other's faces with their glacial spikes. Whose glacial spike is bigger, dude? That guy's name is Deep Sheep. Looks like Brand New is going deep on him. He alters at low health. He's loaded up, full icicles. Here comes the spiky boy. Down to 50%. He shields up. Meteor hits through on the Comet Storm. Flurry exchange. He's spell stealing the shield. Bomb has been planted. We're playing Counter-Strike. He gets the stun off first. He blocks off the bomb. This duel's gonna keep going. Who's taking it in the hype train? It's time to sub. It's time to sub. Shields are up. Where's the spell steal? He invises. Goes for the spike. He fakes the kick. Spike straight to the face. He tries to blink back, but he's too late. Bomb has been planted once again. Deep Sheep in trouble. 2 seconds. 1 second. He blocks it, immuning the bomb's explosion.
Digitoxicity.
And now Brand New goes into invisibility so that he can cast on the block out of this. He's getting ready. He can't see him. He's going to spike him out of the block. He invises it with Shadow Meld. His shield is so tiny. He goes for the Glacial. He tries to blink the counterspell. He can't connect it. He steals the shield. He's at 10%. Is he taking it? He goes for the spike. He lines it by blinking through him. He misses the Dragon's Breath. Brand New is choking. He goes for a spike of his own. He barriers it at 1%. Deep Sheep might still have a chance. Flurry into Ice Lance. He spell steals off the shield and cancels and gets the kill. You're so lucky that you got an actual good duel for that.
The hype train is at level 2.
Rekatron, thank you for the 47 months.
Party
See, you
mode
guys are
has
gonna
been
say retail
unlocked.
duels suck.
Spam your memes
You guys say
for
like
free.
who like they want to do a TBC dueling tournament when you could do a retail dueling tournament. What do you mean? Was that not an interesting duel? All the little blink
854
mind games,
subscribe.
the counter spells, the invising on the casts, the stealing of the shields and canceling, the timing. When do you try and keep it? Was that not an interesting duel? What do we have now, dude? DK versus Windwalker month? Touch of Karma up. AMS is to immune the magic damage from the Karma. He's got Soul Reaper. He's cutting through the Karma. He's running away from the onslaught of the Scourge. This is a smart move. Smart move for the Windwalker, trying to kite the army of the dead. He's running through his Ride the Wind to the other side of the map. He Ring of Pieces the Abomination away. He's clutching out some heals. He gets gripped into the mix. He pops off a big shield. He's going to try and trade cooldowns. He Fist of Furies to parry. He's getting low. He's running out of options. DK's cutting him down. He rolls away. Gets back in the mix. Gets the leg sweep on the whole army. Deathstrike too strong. Soul Reaper round 2. He conduits, but he gets clapped. DK too strong, dude. DK too strong. Yeah, the corrupted blood in Classic. A lot of people, like, I have a story from when Cataclysm came out. Between Wrath of the Lich King and Cataclysm, it was the pre-patch. So Mount Hyjal was going to be a new zone, right? But you couldn't go there. When you tried to go from Winterspring into Hyjal, there was an invisible wall. You couldn't go to the new zone. But we figured out that if you died on the invisible wall, you could run through the invisible wall as a ghost, and then you could res on the other side. So we went through the invisible wall, resed on the other side, and now there's another bug that happened. When you resed on the other side, you could fly. And if you were not a night elf, you'd be on a mount, so you couldn't do anything other than fly. But flying wasn't out yet in the old world, because Kata wasn't out yet. But if you were a night elf, you were a wisp. So when you res, you were actually flying, and you could attack while you were flying. So we got a bunch of night elves on the server to die next to this invisible wall, res on the other side, and then we flew to Orgrimmar, and we were just a bunch of flying night elves attacking Orgrimmar.
2 minutes.
And the guards weren't updated to deal with flying, because flying didn't exist. So we were just sitting there attacking Orgrimmar as a bunch of flying night elves, and we did that for a few hours. And then a GM, this is a GM, a game master, came in game, and he stunned all of us, and he sucked us all onto the ground, and he stunned us with a buff that looked like a hibernate that you couldn't dispel, and we all couldn't move, and we didn't know what was going on, because like we all just got stunned and pulled to the ground by a GM. And I was like, okay, I have an idea. What if we queue for a battleground? So we queue for a battleground, the queue pops, we take the battleground queue, and the GM got mad, bro. The GM whispered me, and he was like, you better not be using that fly hack in the battleground. And then I got kicked off my account, and I was banned for 7 days.
Time remaining 1 minute.
And I legit, like... Dude. It's a real story. We were leading the massacres in WoW. This is a real story. This is not AI generated story. A menace to society.
Time is running out.
Are we gonna let the hype train die on the hypest story ever? I'm sad, bro. You guys are gonna let the hype train die.
There is only 12 seconds left.
Well, like we weren't like fly hacking. Like we weren't flying in the battleground. When we joined the battleground, all that stuff that we had went away. No, I'm not talking about the Dark Portal. I'm talking about Mount Hyjal. I'm talking about the pre-patch for Cataclysm. The world had changed, but flying had not been reintroduced. Had not been introduced yet.
Reached its destination.
It wasn't the Dark Portal. Maybe that bug existed for the Dark Portal. I don't know, but that's not the one that I did. The one that I did was in Kata. I have told that story before. I've told people at Blizzard that story when I went to my first LAN in like 2014. I did that with the girl that I told you guys that I did AV 12 hours a day with. We were literally deviants in WoW. We would like grief quest zones, not let people level or complete their quests. We'd mind control people. Oh, this was a fun thing to do too. You make a raid group, you go to Teldrassil, which is the big world tree. You could go to the edge of it, and then when you summoned someone back in the day, they were summoned in front of you. So you could face off an edge and summon someone and they would fall. as they'd get summoned off the edge. So what happened was they introduced the world bosses, which was like fly around and kill all of the like main captains of the cities. And so we went to Darnassus and we said, we're doing the quest for the Black Warbear. We'll summon you to Darnassus so that you can kill Tyrandra for the achievement. And we literally just sat there summoning people off the side of the world tree and watching them fall off the side, dude. They had like a 10-minute fall. You just summon them off the side of the tree. Did you buy a suit? I'm not buying a suit. Okay. You can probably wear slacks. We're not going to Rekatron's wedding, okay? I'll go on a Discord call with him and he can have an iPad. I'll be there on the iPad. I don't know what to do against double DK. This is too much OP in one game. Dude, this DK literally... I don't understand how it's possible to kick that fast on a beta. Completely helpless free falling from the world tree would be insane. I used to fear people in the Ironforge boss room. They would clip through the closed gate and be stuck in old Ironforge. I remember old Ironforge. You could get on top of the mountain too outside. You could get feared underneath. They don't do any like fun world PvP stuff like that anymore. I feel like Sod was the last thing that got a cool world PvP thing with Stranglethorn Vale. Right, AMS feels so strong as a Shadow Priest. Like, what? I'm literally just dead before I can even put dots on them. What does officiate the wedding even mean? How's the DR tracking? There's a little set of icons next to the arena frames right here on the right. It's just you have to know what they mean. Concussive shot means stun DR. The brown one means polymorph, and the purple one means cyclone. You may now kiss the bride. I don't think you want me to officiate. I would just be like, and you may now touch each other's butts. My god, dude. I'm trying to get a fear so hard. I wish Cloak of Shadows showed up on the HP bar. I hereby grant you the ability to say my wife in the Bo Rat voice. I need a reminder of what the Bo Rat voice sounds like. My name is Bo Rat. You may not kiss the bride. I sound Italian. I don't think that's what Bo Rat is supposed to sound like. Great success. Why does it not put VT up? I literally don't have a way to get VT now. Not counting DK? I mean, Shadow's... I think Shadow's pretty good. Other than DK, obviously. I think if you I think Gladius will probably work. Because it's not like they're restricting anything that Gladius would need, I think. Other than maybe their cooldowns. But I think you'd be able to see DRs with Gladius. Because they show you the DRs in the game, right? They just don't show you the cooldowns. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that isn't publicly available. Do you anticipate? I don't know. Did they do any tuning today? What are they even working on if they didn't do any tuning today? Blue tracker. Restorations of hardcore characters lost to DDoS on January 4th. That's the most recent update from them. They restored a bunch of people who died because of DDoS. Oh, are they DDoSing the servers because of this German thing and they're trying to screw with them? Is that why they did it? Bro, I can't cast. I don't know what we're attacking either. Nothing gets done the week people come back. It's just a dead week. Where did my phone go? Didn't I have my phone here? Wait, I need to go to the bathroom. I'm gonna dodge this and put my... Oh, Needed swap stun. Well, yeah, I don't have swap, I don't have stun. I can't cast is the main thing, and I can't tell if they have kicks or not, and they're immune half the game. I mean, that's a really bad lobby for me. I think I can just die and cloak AMS. What keeps you interested in WoW? I mean, part of it is probably sunken cost fallacy. You want the honest answer? Part of it is probably sunken cost fallacy. I've already put this much into it, right? But when the pacing is good, I genuinely have fun. The only time I usually don't have fun is when the pacing is bad. Whether it's you're getting one shot or it's just nothing's happening, like neither one of those are fun. But when the game is tuned appropriately, I think it's fun. I need to be right back really quick. Unholy DK is probably the hardest thing in the game, no matter what you are, but it's really hard as Shadow Priest. Unholy DK is like 3 times better than every other spec. I need to chug some water before it starts getting too late. I feel like I slept really good because I had so much water. Yeah, the Herman Miller Aaron is really good. Do any challenges like what? Do any challenges like what? The thing is I like my day because my day is balanced, right? Like, I spend probably 8 hours total working. So between YouTube and Twitch every day, I go to the gym for like an hour to 2 hours 4 times a week. If I'm doing cardio, it's probably only an hour. If I'm doing cardio and lifting, it's probably 2 hours. I practice music. I write music. I practice different instruments. And then I can just vibe and watch shows if I want to or whatever. So like, I'm pretty content. Every class now has 2 to 3 buttons to push in Midnight. They're definitely a lot easier, yeah. Is DK OP and PvE as well? Is that true? Unholy seems really strong. It's because it is. What is the hardest class in spec in Midnight? Probably Affliction Lock. Or Feral Druid. Probably depends on what class you play as far as satisfying. Best design in what capacity? You like Fury Warrior? I think Shadow Priest has more buttons than Subtlety Rogue, yeah. Come play Heal for Q. If you guys want to see me play a spec, 5 gifted subs. I've been 2,400 or higher on every spec in the game, so if you want like a thorough testing experience, I can relay how good your class is, what difficulty level it's going to be most suited for. You'll get a lot of value. People didn't like wounds, yeah. They reworked on Holy DK because they didn't like wounds. I think it's because in PvE, like, you'd build wounds on a target and it could die before you could spend all your wounds, probably. And it kind of pigeoned you into attacking one thing. Maybe duel with someone. I'm honestly just kind of fried today. I'm just like, I'm just kind of vibing with you guys. Honestly, I need to download, like, what is this streamer? I think his name is Vidal. They're like streaming with an AI, like a full AI or something. They're literally the most sub 2 channel on the platform. I feel like that could be fun content when you're in queue. I have the top 3 specs right on the stream right there, Sweezy. Shadow is not probably super good if you're new. It's probably definitely not. You have to like really want to play Shadow, I think. Sub Rogue is really easy. This is going to be the easiest, simplest design of Sub Rogue ever. How many gifted subs for you to play Star Citizen? Well, how expensive is the game? It says it's $45. You would have to buy the game for me. So that's $45. And how many gifted subs to kill my stream for an entire day, and likely the progress for probably a week. Probably at least 300 gifted subs. Good day, Donovan. Don't dare mention what I know you're gonna mention. I want you to know that now whenever I see your name, it's literally associated with that content I don't want you to mention. And I don't know if that's a good thing. Is that $1,500 for 300 subs plus the game? I don't think it is it? How much is 300 gifted subs? What am I talking about? Rekatron, you don't want to know about it. I'm telling you. What do you think about Marksman Hunter? It's still good. It's still very good. This guy's a melee demonic tyrant, dude. Look at it. Look at this guy's demonic tyrant, dude. What the dono gold? No, someone asked me how much money would it take for me to play a different video game. I think it was Star Citizen. I said 300 gifted subs and they have to buy the game. How many subs for a glad push on Donkey Kong bongos? What about the top down? It'd be the same. You have to buy me the game plus 300 gifted subs. Why does that not apply VT sometimes? Is that a bug? Oh my god. Okay, he just killed my healer in like 1 millisecond. What? If you guys want a group effort hit for it, sure. Dono greater than subs. Star Citizen sucks so bad. Well, I'm just saying on cost alone, like I'm gonna have 20 viewers and it's gonna kill all of my momentum that I've gotten over like the past 3 months. So if you want to kill my stream and all the momentum, it needs to be financially recuperated. I swear these like perma alpha games are just game devs scamming investors.
And the clash of your weapons will be heard by the great Loa, and the fallen will join them in the afterlife. For Zandala!
How did that not apply any dots? I'm so done with this ability just being like straight up bug. What? That guy's got to be abusing gear. I think that guy's abusing crafted gear. I will inspect him. I can't yet. He's not on my team. I think Ashes is a scam. We'll see. It doesn't matter what I think. We'll see.
I'm out of range.
the Loa's blessing this day.
We have even less CC to avoid the Zug Zug. The opposite argument of that is there's less CC to hold you down for the Zug Zug. There's two ways to approach that. I was going to inspect this guy. Oh, he's actually not... Well, yeah, he is. He is bug abusing, I think. He has crafted gear. Actually, I wonder if this DK is bug abusing too. The crafted gear just gives you way too many stats, I think, and it's the embellishments are bugged on it. How do you get precognition? I also don't... I have 0 enchants on my gear, I think. I should probably go get stuff. You'll be a Void Elf Demon Hunter? You can be, but I don't think it's that good. Void... You just don't want to be a Night Elf anymore? You want to be an undead Demon Hunter. Wouldn't you just like melt the flesh off your body? I feel like you would. Void Weaver? What, his shadow or his disc? What is that? Hidden damage? Shadow Priest dies? What do you mean hidden damage? Oh, that's shadowy apparitions. Why does my thing not apply fucking tendies, dude? How did that miss? Oh my god.
Grant her an honorable death. You did not have Deloa's blessing this day.
Go to MMO Champion. Scroll down to got scammed, no support. Got scammed by what? What is it? How do you know it's true or not? I mean, support is terrible for every company nowadays, unless it's like a lot of public backlash because it's a famous person. I bet the only reason they're rezzing people from this DDoS thing on hardcore is because of the publicity from all the German streamers. If that wasn't going on, they wouldn't do it.
Let's the best team win. Oh, who am I kidding? Give me a good show.
Oh, I forgot to check the DK. So my bad. 14 out of levels less. I mean, yeah, I don't have crafted gear. I don't have enchants. DKs are fully broken, but he was probably also wearing crafted gear.
Disappoint me. Oh, so close. This just means more entertainment for me. Oh, so close. This just means more entertainment for me. I see who the strongest mortals are.
Or if a gear is intentional or a bug, I don't know. I legitimately don't. It would be really weird to me that the crafted gear would be stronger than PvP gear, because it's not like that. It hasn't been like that the whole time.
Oh, so close. This just means more entertainment for me. Oh, so close. This just means more entertainment for me. Oh, so close. This just means more entertainment for me. Oh, so close.
I do not
This
have a
just
target.
means more entertainment for me.
Was Azerite gear much worse than this? I don't like that you have like two sets of gear that are completely reset for the game. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, I can't finish what I was going to type.
so close. This just means more entertainment for me. Oh, so close. This just means more entertainment for me. This just means more entertainment for me. I see who the strongest mortals
It's cauterize. Yeah, cauterize heals you to full for some reason. I don't know what that is. I saw what you typed, Donovan. What do you mean VT is bugged at 45?
so close. This just means more entertainment for me. Oh, so close. Interesting.
Nice.
I did not expect this outcome.
Is a 45? It says 45 right now. What is supposed to make it 30?
That item is still recharging. I cannot use...
Oh, so This just means more entertainment for me.
That item is still
Oh, so close. Interesting. I did not expect.
I thought the game slowed down. Like I said, the game, it feels different these past 2 days. I don't know. What was the hardest class to get over 2.2k that I just didn't enjoy in the current retail patch? I feel like Windwalker. Windwalker was really annoying. Yeah, Windwalker Monk was really annoying on retail.
Oh, so close. This just means more entertainment for me. Oh, so close. This just means more entertainment for me. Oh, so close. This just means more entertainment for me. I see who the strongest mortals are. For now.
It was mostly just because you get kited. Like, I think playing a warrior right now and a Windwalker is really infuriating on the last patch for the War Within. It's just so hard to move your character for any prolonged period of time. Very challenging. You make yeah, I know you can make a macro. I'm too lazy. I have it on my retail character. I'm just too lazy to copy it onto this, okay? Stop judging me. I mean, Rep Paladin, they turned Rep Paladin into an ARPG class. It just whole bunch of fireworks with easy rotation that just explodes AoE damage everywhere. It kind of makes sense that WoW has slowly become an ARPG because I'm pretty sure it's like predominantly WoW or Diablo devs that like moved over onto the WoW team. So they're going to carry some of the influence that they had from the previous game they were on. But I think it's probably been pretty smart by Blizzard to adopt it into an ARPG because MMORPGs are failing. Well, yeah, if you want the ARPG bonky experience, then yeah, I agree. Rep Paladin is really fun. Yeah, Remix is an ARPG. Remix is not an MMORPG. Remix is literally straight up a WoW version of Diablo. For sure. I say that with 100% confidence that that is all that it is. The remixes are just like Diablo WoWs. RuneScape will be the last man standing. I guess we'll see. All the streamers that moved over for it have pretty much left, though. Although it had a lot of its own core streamers. No word yet. I don't think they're going to do interrupt bar, bro. You're going to do it with blackjack. Wait, how do you plan on doing that? Precog is, but I don't have it. I don't even know how you get it, to be honest. Some people have it. I have no enchants. I am like, this is like bare bones. Like, I just have the conquest gear. So technically my character could be significantly stronger. Just by finding where the vendors are for that stuff. Where the vendors are, where the vendors are. You know the vendors are. Where the vendors are, where the vendors are. You know. Oh god, not this DK again, dude. I'm so tired. I'm tired. You already have an idea on how to do an interrupt bar without violating TOS in any way. Oh, do you? Oh, do you? People are already trying to it's going to be so funny if people find a way to get add-ons in the game without like directly just doing the add-on route, and then everybody has to do this like janky add-on infusion. I have not tested Outlaw Asa, no. I think I queued against an Outlaw Rogue earlier. Subtlety is definitely good. You think there'll be an overlay that just scans the screen? God damn, bro. After everything they've tried to do to fight add-ons, it's inescapable. What is going on with my character right now? No, he just sheeped all my dots off when he's at 1%. Please. Oh. How do I get the flaming cape for Reshi Wraps? What do you mean for Reshi Wraps? The flaming cape is a Legion remix transmog. AI will just read the game and give you weak auras. An AI overlay. Okay, AI, when you see this icon, say combustion for me and pop a foghorn up on the screen. That 100% is going to be something. And they're already talking about AIs playing the game for you. Of course, I get feared around the corner, dude. Nice. Which healer do you feel the safest with? I mean, I feel pretty good with any healer. There's one Resto Druid I don't feel that good with, but I don't know if it's Resto Druid or it's a personal problem with him. Resto Druid seems to be the most unstable that I've been with, though. What was your favorite Madonna song? I can't even remember the name of a Madonna song, bro. I mean, I think you're gonna have bigger concerns than AI overlaying add-ons. You know, I think AI playing the game for you is gonna be a bigger issue. Why DB me? I'm not the healer. Bro, I'm not the healer. I'm so sad. Ah. People just want an advantage more than just running a bot for titles. I don't know. If you could have an AI that plays your character for you and you get the title, I think people will do it. It's like it's already happening in music, right? Like you could learn how to write music, make your own songs, or just have AI make it for you. There's gonna be people that do it.
Too far away. I'm out of range.
What's up, Pharaohs? No, Link doesn't split health with pets. You hate, despise watching with no psychic horror? You despise watching my stream right now? Why don't you blink? Can you guys, like, not comment on that? How's the big tendy slap? We like the tendy slap, dude. We just love slapping people with our tendies. Swifty's already unbanned, bro. You got old news. You're behind the times, dude. I mean, any spec, if the damage is not there, is going to suck. What do you mean? Every single spec pivots on being able to do enough damage. If I had to guess, he got banned for reading chat while driving, but he wasn't technically. But someone probably reported him, and the AI auto-banned him, just banned him. I think he has, like, text-to-speech or whatever, but the AI detection system probably doesn't know that. What's funny is I can tell that guy doesn't have add-ons because I didn't have fear and he used all of his stops. Oh, he was leaking addresses? I do think it's weird that he's still running the GoFundMe. But I mean, if people are going to keep doing it, whatever, right? Like, the only thing I don't like about his post is it's not 100% honest. He said Twitch has been my life, my passion, and my sole source of income. That's not true. He had Razer sponsorships. He had a YouTube channel. He's owned like multiple arcades. I don't think that's true, that it's his only source of income. Is it his most substantial? Maybe. But I don't think it's been his only source of income. Swifty, like his tweet, he posted a tweet about getting banned, and the first message is saying that it's his only source of income. Like, maybe it is right now, I could see that, but he outlines it as over 14 years. Oh my god, my gear is breaking. I just remember being on a bus with him in California when they invited a bunch of us out of there to visit Blizzard HQ, and he was talking about how his arcade was a good way of making money way back then.
Mortals,
Yeah, not the new one. He had an older one. I think that he tried to revive, like he did arcades like a really long time ago or something. And then he tried to revive it, and the revival of it didn't work. I think it's just because arcades are kind of dead now compared to probably when he did it the first time. Is a pinball arcade? Really? Well, I think if it's an analog game, there might be something to it. If you're doing digital games, I don't think people will go. But analog could be interesting. I don't know why he got banned. It doesn't even matter. He's unbanned, so it's obviously not right.
No matter who wins, we profit. No matter who wins, we profit.
House of the Dead are arcane with the oh yeah, no, arcades back in the day were lit. I just think most people who play video games now are pretty antisocial. So getting them to go out, it's not gonna happen. How are you telling when they're being used? I look at the screen, bro. I look at the screen. They're on the screen. I probably should be blinking more though. My eyes are hurting.
We expect a return on our investment. Victory is clear. Our bargain is upheld. No matter who wins, we profit.
First opinion on healers so far. Holy Pally and Mistweaver are really good. Disc and Resto Shaman are really. I think every healer is like decent. At least I don't think any healer is like unplayable, but we have. It's hard to tell because some people are bug abusing. Like, is this guy wearing crafted gear? Yeah, he's wearing crafted gear. So like, I don't know.
Do not let the cartel down. We expect a return on our investment.
No, go mage. Oh, we're gonna waste all of our damage on the warlock, dude. Unless the mage just does nothing.
I must get closer.
Victory is clear. Our bargain is upheld.
What clout are you hoping to achieve? I mean, you would hope that people would bug abuse so that Blizzard would fix it, but if Blizzard's too slow to fix it, then it just gets annoying, right? I mean, I'd rather someone bug abuse in the beta, they get attention on it, it gets fixed, than they hide it, and then the game comes out, and then they exploit it when the game's already out. How's your UI like that? This is just the default UI in Midnight. What do you mean?
Do not
What
let
part of
the
my UI?
cartel down. We expect a return on our investment. Victory is clear. Our bargain is upheld. Victory is clear. Our bargain is upheld.
Thank you, Mosh. I will repair the gear. Like, you gotta, there's a lot of variables. Some people have literally never played their class before. Some people have been playing it 24/7 and are exploiting gear. Like, it's too hard, dude. It's too hard.
Let the cartel down. We expect a return on our investment.
But not as hard as me when someone presses the Twitch Prime button. Oni-chan!
He's not ready.
Huh? Oni-chan!
No matter who wins, we profit. Victory is clear. Our bargain is up.
Gotta get, well, I mean, it's supposed to be the same item level, I thought, as max PP gear, so I don't know why it's like 10 item levels higher. Like, what is this guy wearing it? No, he's not. See, this guy's like me. He just logged on, bought it, and he's just playing the game, bro. No, you don't make money off subs on YouTube. All that matters is your concurrent viewership on your most recent videos. I guess you can have legacy videos that might still be generating residual revenue, but YouTube is just ad revenue. It's not, your sub count means nothing for income. You can have you have to have 1,000 subs to get monetized, and then after that you could have no gain and be making a lot of money. But hey, you got unbanned a while ago.
Victory is clear. Our bargain is upheld.
Which DPS will be king of twos? Probably BM Hunter. What was the title you got back in the day for 10 wins in a row? Hot streak. Maybe hotter streak. No, Flawless Victor. No, Flawless Victor was not. No. Flawless Victor had to do with like all the brackets, I thought, or some shit. How is it Enhanced Shaman? I mean, it's got a really cheesy one shot right now, but I mean, that's all Enhanced usually has going for it, right? Patron of War, that was for watching AWC during one of the years back in WAD. I wish they'd bring back those viewer drops. I don't know why we don't do viewer drops for WoW esports when we do viewer drops literally for every other Blizzard esport. Like, what? Why do we not do viewer drops for WoW esports? Da-da-da-da-da-da. Hot streak was 10 in a row. Hotter streak was 10 in a row, 1800. I could have sworn Flawless Victor had something to do with 5v5, though. You look surprised? I always look surprised, bro. I probably have, like, some level of artism. Super prized. True. You look like you got one shot by a rogue. I look like I haven't got a Twitch Prime in a while, bro. That's what I think. That's what I think. Does anyone agree? Would anyone like to agree to disagree? God damn, no one is buying ads on Twitch this month, dude. They're showing you guys ads, but they're not paying me for them. So what the hell is going on? Should I just turn ads off for January? I see BA streaming for $5 for 5 hours for $8 right now. With ads on, like, what is the point? Probably be better off getting 100 more people in here because there's no ads, and maybe they would donate a sub, which would equal the same amount as the ad revenue. Like, why am I making you guys watch ads? Came back to the game. Blitz seems random. On my main, I go 2 and 6. On my alt, I can't even play. I have 2.8 MMR and 10 and 2. Well, yeah, if you win a lot, your MMR goes up fast. If you lose a lot, your MMR goes down fast. I need to start a GoFundMe, guys. Twitch is taking my ad revenue, dude. It's true. I definitely think that if your channel is like flagged for certain advertisers or whatever, you make less money on ads because they don't run those ads on your channel. How are you /AFK? Because I haven't touched my character in game in a little bit. I was showing the duels, but for some reason everyone moved the duels over here, so. I need to do my last chug of water because it's 8 o'clock. Because I'm 34 years old, if I drink water before I go to bed, I'm going to have to pee in 30 minutes. That's a water burp, bro. What? You guys ever have a water burp before? I'm fried, guys. Ooh, I'm so fried. You guys ever just feel fried? Wait, where did the duels go? Why do hunters always tell... Hunters are always telling people, I might not take this QTBH. I think I might head out. I'm so tired. The winter... Dude, the winter depression is getting to me. The no sun, and then my foot's injured, so I can't lift weights, and then... I don't know what's going on with them making changes to the game, so it's starting to get concerning to me. Oh... I think it's gonna be it for us for the night, guys. Let's go host Aegis. I appreciate the support as always, guys. Thank you very much for hanging out with me today. Hope you guys get some insights into what Midnight's looking like for you as far as classes. We're gonna raid Aegis, multi-rank 1 Majipu. And we're going to head on out. So thank you guys once again. I'll see you next time. Adios, partners.